Madam Speaker, in 3 minutes I can be ready.
No? So which one?
Right, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, item number 7, we are ready with my minister.
I think I wanted to give opportunity that standing committee that have not reported on any of their issues yet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am seeing item 4, and one of the most committed ministers is the Honorable Hati, who normally comes here for loans and such appropriations, Committee of Supply and what. I think he might be having a problem. Would it be procedure okay that the minister around finds out what has gone wrong with Honorable Hati, that is not here in time?
No,
Otherwise,
they
he must-
are consulting somewhere.
Okay, otherwise I was wondering.
No. They're within the building, but we need to do some work in the meeting.
Madam Speaker, let me pick the report.
Okay, so we shall give you time. We shall give you time. Honorable, where's the chair? Come. Honorable Nandar. Let's have the report on the Public Accounts Committee. Central
Item
government.
number 16, number 15 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on the health sector for the year ended 30th June 2018.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to seek seek your indulgence that we have all the reports from 2016, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, that I would want to seek your indulgence that all of them are read one so that we make general summaries for everything and we'll move it in 30 minutes.
Okay,
It's
you
okay.
can let
Thank-
them all.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to lay the report of Public Accounts Committee for 2017-18 of the entities which were not completed in the education sector, health sector, JEROS, and public sector. Madam Speaker, I also want to lay the report of the public sector, JEROS, Uganda missions, public universities and means of education, means of health, and the health sector for 2017-2018. Madam Speaker, I want to lay the report of public sector, Public Accounts Committee for the year 2018-2019. Madam Speaker, I want to lay the report of the Public Accounts Committee for the year 2019-2020. Madam Speaker, I want to lay all the attachments for all this period from 2017-2018, including our summarized minutes for 2016-17 to 2019-20. Madam Speaker, given the volume of the work, I have brought the CD and the flash of all the recordings on those reports of 2016 to 2017 to 2019-20. I want to lay them. Madam Speaker, having read all those, I want to make quick summaries because all the issues we're talking about are cross-cutting and we need all the House to know about them and make a general debate. Madam Speaker, I will start with the Constitution of our Constitution, Article 163. Clause 5. Okay, starts from clause 4 to clause 5. That the Auditor General shall submit to Parliament annually a report of the accounts audited by him or her under clause 3 of this article for the financial year immediately proceeding. Then 5, that Parliament shall within 6 months after the submission of the report referred to in clause 4 of this article, debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. So, Madam Speaker, I want to indicate that the next Parliament should take quick action whenever the Office of the Auditor General submits reports, and if they cannot do it, then it does not also bar them to bring them here and adopt the report of the Auditor General as it has been, so that they can go and work on the Treasury Memorandum and the audit is done. Madam Speaker, because of that, I want to lay 3 more reports which consolidate all the accounts of government. I want to lay the report of the Auditor General of consolidation, the summaries for 30th June 2020, for 30th June 2019, for 30th June 2018. The justification is that these reports are very important for the budget committee to look at before they can come to their conclusion. So this is 2020. This is 2019. This is 2018. So, Madam Speaker, I need now to make the summaries. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the summaries of the committee's general observation and recommendation on some of the silent and critical queries raised in the Auditor General's report on central government in the year 2016, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, and 1920 are indicated below. Number one, poor budget performance, inadequate releases, low utilization, that is called under absorption. Basically, the queries were on that. Madam Speaker and members, the committee observed that whereas Parliament approves the budget of MDS and their work plans, which include procurement plans, recruitment plans, as per section 15 of the PFMA, the Ministry of Finance every financial year unilaterally decides not to release all funds approved in the budget, or sometimes makes late releases at the closing months of the financial year. The committee further observes that the Ministry of Finance has consistently released money late in the last month of the fourth quarter when it is impossible for MDS to absorb. This has perpetuated low achievements in recruitment and procurement, among others. The non-release or late releases of funds have made most MDS to perform dismally, that's badly, in their budget execution and fail to achieve the projected outputs, and in most cases incur domestic areas in contravention of the PFMA. The delay on the part of the Ministry of Finance has militated against the MDS ability to achieve their mandates, pay contractors and the supplies on time, and the pay salaries of newly recruited staff. Madam Speaker, this has led MDS to make misprocurements. The persistent and the consistent low utilization, stock and absorption of the approved budget, commitment of domestic carriers and understaffing in MDs has been attributable to the Minister of Finance. Whereas under section 17 of the PFMA provides that the money unutilized at the end of utilized by a vote at the close of the financial year shall be paid back to the consolidated fund. And further, that a vote whose money has been swept back shall revise its annual work plan, procurement plan, and recruitment plan to take into account the unexpended money and should form part of the budget for the preceding year. The committee has established that this has not been implemented by the Ministry of Finance and MDS as per section 17(3). Madam Speaker, failure to implement the rollover of the budget to the next financial year has not only caused distortion in the planning, but has also led to accumulation of unforeseen domestic areas by MDS and non-completion of activities. These are the recommendations, Madam Speaker and honorable members. The Minister of Finance takes full responsibility for this perpetual non-release, late release of funds and absorption and accumulation of domestic areas. 3, the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General should provide for rollover money and spent by an MDA to the next financial year, as provided for under section 17(3). To this end, the committee is proposing the Minister of Finance, PSST, and the Accountant General should develop guidelines and a mechanism of practical implementing the rollover. These are the unspent funds envisaged under section 17(3). 3, the minister should in every month of July present to Parliament for approval the revised work plans, procurement plans, and recruitment plans of MDS to take account the unspent funds, the rollover funds, which will not, Madam Speaker, this is now another one, that the rollover funds that's unspent should not form part of the budget appropriated for the next financial year. What has been happening, the money they sweep back, it becomes revenue that is part of the revenue of the next financial year, which shouldn't be. Madam Speaker, domestic areas. This is how domestic areas have been growing. In 2017-18, it was 2.6 trillion. In 2018-19, it's 3.3 trillion. In 2019-20, it is 3.8 trillion. It is being projected, it is going to be over 4.5 trillion this financial year. Madam Speaker, there's an implication of domestic area because you are not paying your suppliers, and the suppliers borrow money. In short, you are killing their businesses, and that's what you see many properties in the newspapers. Madam Speaker, this is what the committee observes. The committee observed that the accumulation of domestic areas is spilling out of control. The delays in payment for goods and services procured by government, MDS, have led to the deterioration of financial positions of businesses. The committee notes further that failure to settle domestic areas adversely affects the subsequent year's budget programs, since it may lead to reallocation of funds or non-delivery of critical services. The committee notes further that failure to settle domestic areas, the committee attributes this to the failure by the Minister of Finance to release all the money appropriated to MDS by Parliament and the release of funds towards the end of the last quarter of the financial year. The Minister of Finance should take responsibility for accumulation of domestic areas that are not as a result of accounting officers over-committing the government. The Minister of Finance should always bring a realistic budget to avoid overcommitment of government, that's areas, or non-execution of activities approved by Parliament. 6, Parliament should consider disallowing further approvals of monies to MDS who have continuously failed to perform. The post-budget performance of MDS should always be taken into account before approval of the new budget. Madam Speaker, again, we discovered undisclosed areas. In 2017-18, those which they could not disclose was 267 billion. That means they hid them. In 2018-19, it was 377 billion. In 2019-20, it is 644 billion. Madam Speaker, what does it mean? They are hidden off the balance sheet. Then they will bring them in the following year because maybe I have not appropriated and say we have committed areas. That means they have overspent beyond the approved budget, but they cannot now declare them, they hide them. This distorts government accounts. Contractual obligations of MDS. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the committee notes the concern that many contractual obligations of MDS, such as rent, counterpart funding, etc., are not adequately budgeted for, or in some cases, nothing provided at all by the Ministry of Finance. Contractual obligations are where we have agreements, we don't budget for them, or little the way budget. A rent of 10 million, they give you 5 million. What do you do with the balance? These are contractual obligations which will bring us problems and mischarges. 3, this has led to several defaults by MDS and incurring the resultant defaulting penalties, interest, costs, damages, fines, and garnish orders. This negatory expenditure has increased the domestic areas of many MDS. In many instances, accounting officers have diverted funds as a preventive measure for incurring further interest, costs, and fines or litigation in courts. They transfer to pay such monies which are of obligation, contractual obligation. Many MDAs have low capacity to detect and prevent legal risks associated with contractual obligation, and in most cases, the advice of the Attorney General is sought after breaches or decisions have already been made. The Minister of Finance should provide adequate funds for all contractual obligations to avoid negatory expenditure associated with the defaults. The Attorney General should devise a policy of proactively addressing potential risks in all contracts signed and being managed by government ministries and with no legal counsel. Madam Speaker, loans, grants, and donor-funded projects. The committee observes that whereas the government incurs loans for projects and grants, many have not been fully absorbed and implemented, despite the fund being available. This low absorption is attributable mainly to failure by government to honor its counterpart funding obligations. Two, although government commits itself to all these loans, well aware of the components of counterpart funding, inadequate or low funds are released. Besides of this, donors withhold their releases since their releases are tagged to government fulfilling its part of the bargain. Three, the committee further observed that whereas project managers and accounting officers bring work plans and budget to Parliament for approval in accordance with Section 15 of the PFMA, there has been very dismal performance and execution of these approved work plans. This, the committee notes, that is an indication that accounting officers and the Ministry of Finance deliberately mislead Parliament in allocating funds to activities they know they will not implement. Many projects have either stalled or remained incomplete long beyond the contract period. This has led to cost overruns, hence casting doubt on value for money for such expenditure. The expenditure incurred for stalled projects translates to ineffective use of public resources as the projects are not achieving the intended purposes and the value for the taxpayers. The committee further observes that given the donors' procedures, many project managers lack the capacity to supervise and manage these projects. Most often, coordination in getting donor approvals are not done in time or so that implementations are delayed. Some of these delays are attributed to laxity on part of the project management in ensuring proper feasibility study, timely procurement, mobilizing government counterpart funding, and coordinating with the donors on their requirements and the modalities and the rules and the financial rules. Madam Speaker, what it means here that you go to sign for a loan, we have procurement rules here, then you are subjected again to the procurement rule of the one giving you the money. This delays the project. You clear, you finish here, you must also certify the other one, which becomes complicated, that some of them are in conflict with our own rules. So that means those who sign should know that, but we shall make a recommendation. In many cases, the public servants seconded to work in projects as project staff enjoy the better facilitations and incentives compared to the traditional public service. This is attributed to deliberate extension of project times and slow execution in order to continue enjoying associated perks. The committee expressed its concern on the challenges imposed by donors, financial procurement rules in the implementation of the projects, and the resultant bureaucracy and the delays that are not compatible with Uganda's financial and procurement rules. The committee observed that we pay interest charges for non-utilization of these loans. The government needs to reiterate their positions to donors on harmonization of its operation procedures so as to reduce transactional cost and lengthy processes and make disbursement and the delivery more flexible, taking into account national laws, development needs, and objectives of our country. This is in line with the guidelines of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that is OECD. The government should conduct adequate feasibility studies before embarking on these projects and should guarantee and confirm availability of funds for counterpart funding. Madam Speaker, the PS/ST should strengthen the supervision and evaluation of project managers. All project managers and staff should be subjected to Uganda Public Service Standing Orders in execution of project works. Non-performance by public servants seconded projects should be treated as a disciplinary matter. The performance of all project staff should be assessed and appraised annually. Non-implementation of planned activities should attract sanctions of the responsible officers. This cost overruns due to unjustifiable delays should constitute a surcharge on individual project managers. All project staff should be recruited by public service, and we're requesting also public service to come up with a harmonized salary structure to avoid others being paid better and others being paid badly. Fleet management. Madam Speaker, the committee examines this as follows. Examination of motor vehicle registers by the Auditor General and the subsequent verification by the committee revealed several shortcomings in the control and management of government fleets. This has been caused by lack of comprehensive policy on management of government vehicles and a responsibility on the part of the most accounting officers to ensure prudent use. The committee notes that most expenditure allocation and usage of motor vehicles are irregular and in breach of prescribed laws and guidelines. In some instances, government vehicles are assigned to officers who by law were not entitled to. The committee also notes that although the existing policies prescribes them for the mileage and age of vehicles eligible for disposal, the ban of new vehicles and inadequate funding make it impracticable for accounting officers to dispose of vehicles notwithstanding their old age. Madam Speaker, maybe you need to know here, the policy is a vehicle is disposed of when it's 5 years or it has done 250,000 kilometers. This was during the colonial time, Amini's time, Obote time. Now here, by then I think roads were very bad. Now the roads have improved. Now, why do we go for 250,000 kilometers? And if you go on these roads here, these cars which are here are more than 500,000 kilometers, but are still around. So we want that policy to be changed. So the committee advises that given the circumstances, the Ministry of Works liaises with the MDAs for efficient and affordable utilization of otherwise old fleets. The committee urges government to review the old policies and formulate a number of policy guidelines to ensure prudent use of government vehicles. Ministry of Works should amend the rule for 5 years or 250,000 kilometers to 10 years or 500,000 kilometers because the infrastructure of roads has improved. Staff performance. Madam Speaker, we always come here to account for only money, but we forget the human resource. And that's one of the resources in the performance of service delivery in this country. And this is what the committee notes. The committee noted the several lapses and weaknesses on the implementation of the Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2010 in regard to staff performance appraisal, execution of performance agreements, and sanctions for non-compliance. Most accounting officers failed in their supervision and the strengthening of staff performance. Human resource managers lack motivation to enforce this exercise that is very critical for efficiency. The committee urges accounting officers to take this exercise seriously and institute disciplinary proceedings for non-compliance. Ministry of Public Service should continue building capacities of accounting officers and human resource managers on their adherence to the Uganda Public Service Standing Order 2010. Ministry of Public Service should carry out quarterly inspections to MDAs. And finally, Ministry of Public Service should manage the training budget of public service in conjunction with Civil Service Training College. Madam Speaker and honorable members who have a good service college who are built in Jinja, it is underutilized. What is happening? Civil servants just go out for small costs, which could be done in our service college in Jinja. And this should be always in service charging. Uganda Management Institute, by then it was called Institute of Public Administration, was taken over. Now we have built another one. So we want it to be managed properly. procurement and contract management. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that although public expenditure through procurement of goods and services constitute about 80% of the annual budget of government, the integrity of the entire process has been compromised by high prices, costs for often low quality of goods, services, and works. There are unreasonable and astronomical prices, stroke fees charged against government. What it means here, the price of the moment PPDA puts up a price that this pen is 200 shillings, whether you get of 50 shillings, which is better, you must buy at 200 shillings. That's not fair. The committee is concerned that suppliers, contractors, and public officers collude to inflate prices. Bill for work are not performed and fail to meet contract standards, reduce quality of work, or use inferior materials in the case of public procurement of works. This results in exaggerated cost of goods and services and a decrease in quality to the detriment of Ugandans. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you use the expressway. Recently it was done. If you are going to join at Busega, there are already big potholes before we can use the road for 1 year. The index on common use items and their average prices by the PPDA is ineffective and is not followed by the PDEs. That's the procurement disposal entities. The committee finds PPDA toothless in generating value for money in the public procurement, and this is what it recommends. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance should establish a committee within 30 days of adopting this report to review the cost prices of goods and services procured by government entities. Madam Speaker, deficit in budgetary releases. The committee observed that the Minister of Finance, year in and year out, releases less funds to entities as opposed to the approved budget. This causes non-performance of activities as per Section 15 of PFMA. And what happens is you blame the entity, you forget the person who is supposed to have given full money. And this is what the committee recommends. That the Minister of Finance be held liable for budget deficits, which has led to non-implementation of approved activities as per Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act. And that's two, Parliament should not approve budgets which are not implemented. We should not come here and pass budgets. We give 50 billion, you give 30 billion, next year they bring 100 billion, you give 20. It doesn't carry sense. Now this is what we say. Before a budget is processed, Parliament should review the previous budget and confirm its performance before any further approval is done. Parliament is also responsible for approving budgets year in that don't perform fully and lead to accounting officers being held liable for non-achievement of the desired output. Under absorption. We release money and there's under absorption. The total under absorption in 17-18 was 1.9 trillion. In 2018-19 was 1.8 trillion. In 2019-2020 is 2.1 trillion. What it means is this is the money which has been released in the warrant, but it is not absorbed. That means it's the one which is swept back to the consolidated fund. And this is what the committee observed, the causes of under absorption and in the areas of: one, late release of funds by Minister of Finance towards end of the financial year. This is what it happens. The Minister of Finance releases money on 27th of June of the end of the financial year. That means they are giving an accounting officer 3 days to do what he's supposed to do, procurement and whatever. Will it be able? In short, that money goes back. It's done deliberately. Late releases have led to misprocurement because the entities try to absorb money. What it means, the accounting officer now try to use other methods to procure within those 3 days so that they can consume. And this leads to misprocurement. Wages, because of non-recruitment by Public Service Commission, Education Service Commission, Health Service Commission, and the Judicial Service Commission. Madam Speaker, all the returns were taking back, they say we couldn't absorb because we never recruited. And the accounting officer cannot recruit. It is those commissions which must what? recruit. And they have evidence that they have submitted for recruitment, but those entities are just sitting there, not recruiting. The other one, which is the worst one, is pension files for beneficiaries not being updated, leading to non-payment of pensions. They say pension file is not updated. And the committee asked a question. I have been earning on a normal payroll. When it comes to going to the pension payroll, they want me to fill other forms. And this should be automatic. From that payroll, which is active, to pension roll, should be automatic because I've been earning salary. So, and I think those are the reasons why we have all the people dying without getting their pensions and gratuity. Now, these are the recommendations, Madam Speaker and the members. The Minister of Finance be held liable for all these late releases, and this must stop. All funds released late should be rolled over as per Section 17(3) of the Public Finance Management Act. If we agree to roll over by law, I think even if they release the money on 30th of June, it is for the following month it should be applied. Minister of Finance should every July submit work plans for the rolled over funds. Funds unspent balances for each financial year, which are for activities planned, should not form part of revenue of government for the following financial year. Public Service Commission, Education Service Commission, Health Service Commission, and the Judicial Service Commission be held liable for non-recruitment of staff as per Section 15 of Public Finance Management Act. Accounting officers should update all pension files within 60 days from our report. Public service should provide all documents of pensioners to accounting officers for update within 30 days. In this digital age, any accounting officer who does not update the pension files within 60 days to be held liable for non-performance. All pensioners should access the pension payroll on the day of retirement. We're in the digital world. Areas and non-budgeting of areas. This one we are doing it for emphasis. The committee observed that the causes of areas and non-budgeting are the following. These are the following: deficits in budget releases, and hence non-payment of goods and services provided as per section 15 of the PFMA. This I want to explain. You give an accounting office a budget of 100 billion. You release 80 billion. It means if he is building a building and there is a certificate which has been issued and not paid for because you have not released the balance, that certificate will be arrears. Now, whose problem is it? It is us, Parliament and the Minister of Finance, for having not given the accounting officer the whole entire budget. Now, the Auditor General is saying accounting officer is the problem. No, the problem is we and the Minister of Finance. Why didn't we give the accounting officer the whole money? So, Madam Speaker, these are some non-budgeting fully for contractual obligations and the commitments and the counterpart funding. If we don't budget fully for counterpart funding and the contractual obligation, areas will come. The budget of the next financial year is always passed without closure of the financial year. Therefore, budgeting for domestic area is not possible for accounting officer. Madam Speaker, we're going to pass the budget today. The year is ending on 30th June. That accounting officer must be an angel to know what number of areas he will have by the end of the financial year so that he cannot budget. But the person who has an idea is the Minister of Finance because he is the one in charge of the financial year. Recommendation, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Finance should release the whole budget to the accounting officer to avoid domestic areas. The Minister of Finance should provide fully for contractual obligations and the counterpart funding. The reason not to budget for areas by accounting officer should be the Minister of Finance, not the accounting officers, because the cause is the minister. Accounting officers who committed areas due to non-release of approved budget are hereby exonerated, except those who committed beyond the approved budget. Now, what I'm meaning, if we have given you 100 billion, then you go beyond your budget, that one is you have become Parliament. But those who are below what we approved, They have no case because we approved those activities, but we never released the money. Mischarge, Madam Speaker, and diversion. These are the figures. In 2017-18, it was 370 billion. In 2018-19, it was 385 billion. In 2019-20, it's 315 billion. This is what we observed. The committee observed most of the cases of mischarge and diversion were due to the following. One, payment of contractual obligation and counterpart funding, which were attracting interest and court cases. Garnishing of entity accounts due to non-payment of court orders, by court orders, because of court orders. Wrong codes used by accounting officer due to non-clear specification of the codes by the accountant general. And this is what we want to recommend, Madam Speaker and members, that the Minister of Finance be held liable for non-release of contractual obligation and counterpart funding. The accountant general provides codes very clearly and locking in the amounts to be budget to budget lines as payments are being made. That accounting officers should be held liable for diversion which are committed outside where the Minister of Finance and Parliament is responsible. Staff performance, this our general thinks that the committees found the following again in staff performance. The committee observed poor performance government is due to the following: lack of monitoring and evaluation of staff, non-appraising of the staff on annual basis or biennial, not filing performance reports, retooling and training of staff non-existent, monitoring attendance of staff not there, time sheets not available. And this is what the committee also observed on projects, and then we make a general recommendation. We have talked about project staff employed by a project that's accounting officer, but not public service. And also observed that that payment of project staff with more money is demoralizing traditional civil servants. And these are our recommendations. Public service, the Ministry of Public Service should strengthen the inspectorate department of its ministry. Accounting officers should submit a quarterly reports on performance of staff to the Ministry of Public Service, Office of the Prime Minister, and the Ministry of Finance. Human resource is important like financial resource and should be evaluated by Public Service, Office of the Prime Minister, and the Ministry of Finance. Public Service should carry out quarterly inspections to all government entities. Public Service should even do abrupt visits to entities to find out on their performance, not to be structured. Go there abruptly. All accounting officers should come up with training programs which should be handled by the Civil Service College. All accounting officers should monitor their staff for attendance by ensuring they clock in every day and clock out after signing in the attendance book. We're doing it in Parliament. All accounting officers should submit annual appraisal forms public service by 30th June of each year. All project staff should be employed by public service because they are paid from public resources. Public service should come up with harmonized service payments to avoid others being overpaid while others are underpaid within 30 days. Public service should evaluate the performance of project staff against their work plans as per Section 15 of PFMA. Accounting officers should have time sheet to be filled by staff on daily basis and reviewed on weekly basis by the supervisors. All accounting officers should ensure that public service standing orders are followed without exception. Advances. Madam Speaker, we discovered, and honorable members, advances. These are the advances they give people, and after 1 year, they have never even accounted for them. And 2017-18 was 20 billion. 2018-19 was 20 billion. 2019-20 was 7 billion. And this is what the committee observed. There are so many advances which are not retired within 60 days as per the financial laws. The PFM say within 60 days, you must account for advances. No accountability of funds means that funds have not performed and hence misappropriation. Some accounting officers transfer money to bank accounts of the staff. And this is our recommendation. All accounting officers should recover all the advances all the advanced funds within 30 days and effect disciplinary action to the staff. All accounting to the effects disciplinary action to the concerned staff. All accounting officers should immediately stop transferring money to personal accounts of staff. Any accounting officer who transfers money to personal accounts should be personally liable. Non-tax revenue. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development budget for NTR of entities without entities involvement. That means you are just there, they say you will collect 2 billion, when you even don't know you might collect 10 or less. There are entities which collect NTR, but it's not budgeted for. Not all entities have a window for NTR, and this distorts revenue collection. And these are the monies which are not budgeted for because they have no window for it. And this is what the committee recommends, that the Ministry of Finance should budget for NTR in consultation with the entities because they are the ones who know the performance. And the two, the accountant general should provide all entities with NTR window, whether they collect NTR or not. Measurements of outputs. The committee observed that the accounting officers are not quantifying expected outputs every financial year. And the government has not established a tool or stock method on how to quantify outputs. And this is what we want to recommend. Accounting officers should produce both quantified and qualitative outputs for each activity. There are activities you can quantify, there are those you can only describe, and that's what we call qualitative. Ministry of Finance and Office of the Prime Minister should establish a tool to measure outputs of each activity and sanctions for failure. All accounting officers should produce variances of each activity and the causes clearly examined. Auditor General should audit the variances and provide a report to Parliament. This is very important for performance of every entity. Untitled land. Madam Speaker, we observed the following: that government has a lot of land which is unsurveyed and not titled. Encroachers and the stealing of land is on the increase by both the public servants and the general public. And these are our recommendations. Parliament budgets for surveying and titling of all government land. Ministry of Lands should provide the necessary support to have all government land titled. The title should have interest of the entities which use the land as per the Land Act. What we mean here that if the land is for Mulago Hospital, it should be Uganda Land Commission in trust of Mulago Hospital, not open, because that's why Uganda Land Commission is selling our land. We say this process should be concluded within 6 months. Madam Speaker and honorable members, these are the types of audit opinions which the auditor provided. There's unqualified, means accounts are okay. Qualified means they are bad. Adverse means very bad. No opinion beyond, that means beyond bad, and the Auditor General cannot form any opinion. They are all in general in nature. The committee received the responses as per, of course, of 29 as per Article 9 of all the responses, as per Article 90 of the account of the central government, as per Article 93, and the mission board for accounting officers. So, Madam Speaker, we want to tell you where the qualified ones were, the bad ones. These were basically in the health sector. The adverse one was judiciary, not the judges, but the judiciary. No opinion was one of the entities which were asked Auditor General to go and review it. They came and said they could not form an opinion. And we told them, I think you better take it back and form an opinion. Either they should be sanctioned or what? Because they said income was this, expenditure is this, but we cannot form an opinion. We said, how? If you have no data, those are prostitutional cases. So, Madam Speaker, I want to turn to health sector and summarize it quickly. Then we move on to the last part. So, Madam Speaker, these are also the general observation in the health sector. Of course, these are means of health and all the referral hospitals and Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, Uganda Cancer Institute, Uganda Heart Institute, Uganda Virus Research Institute. And this is what we observed. Of course, we had the meetings, we reviewed documents, there were field visits, but these are our observations for those years. One, lack of essential medicine and health services. Health supplies. The committee observed the following in the health sector with regard to essential medical supplies. This is basically due to low supply and not proper budgeting. Two, the users are not involved in the planning and the budgeting process. That means the users of the medicine are not involved. Three, National Medical Service provides the indicative figures of the essential medicine and health services to the users after the budget process, i.e., when the budget has been passed. Four, prices charged by national medical source were beyond the market prices. Five, no private hospital or health unit can buy from national medical source because of its price. Six, hospitals prefer buying drugs from joint medical stores because they are cheaper. And 7, even in the president's letter dated 16th May 20, he called the NMS as anti-Ugandan operation because of the prices and operation. It is also in the report. And this is what the committee recommends about that. One, indicative prices of medicine should be provided to the users to assist them to determine the usage of their vote allocation. Two, budgeting should be done when the users know the prices, and this would be the transparent way of determining that National Medical Store is providing the essential medicine and health supplies at the market price. Three, every vote should have a deposit account as per Treasury Instruction 1018 for purpose of accounting with national medical stores. Four, monopoly of national medical stores should be stopped because it is overcharging hospitals and health units. Five, vote controllers should manage their respective votes. Six, under Section 15 of the NMS Act, health facilities are supposed to pay for drugs after supply, not before supply. We have brought the rest there. The next item was lack of uniform. Madam Speaker and honorable members, every government entity which must wear uniform should have the appropriate prescribed garments provided by government, like police, like prisons, like medical staff. The committee observed that the Ministry of Health did not procure uniform itself, but contracted national medical stores to supply the uniforms. It was observed that a deposit account was never opened for the money to procure uniform, contrary to the Treasury instructions governing one entity performing financial function on the behalf of another. The committee noted that National Medical Source does not manufacture uniforms, and the reason to contract them defeats the purpose. The uniforms were never delivered on time, and if delivered, they were not the right size, the right quality, quantities, size, and the wrong distribution. We have attached, we will see it. The uniforms supplied by NMS were overpriced as compared to the market prices. The prices charged by National Medical was Uganda shillings, 150,000 shillings, 360 per, plus 8% delivery charges per uniform. And total cost by National Medical was 165,629. Yet when the Ministry procured, conduct its own procurement process, this financial year, past financial, it paid 101 shilling, 101,000 for the same supply from the same supply and item. All the funds deposited by the means of various national medical were diverted as follows. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the deposit of 2016-17 was 4 billion, but no uniform was delivered in 2016-17. This cash was all withdrawn by national medical stores as soon as the money hit the account in Standard Chartered Bank. Refer to the bank statement, it's attached. The deposit of 2017-18 was 5 billion. Only 3.125 billion was delivered despite the inflated price. There was no evidence showed that the balance of the money was still on the account by the end of the financial year because the statement was showing nil. The deposit of 2018-19 was 4.35 billion, but delivered 5.24 billion because the public account had raised the issue. Therefore, by 30th June 2019, Ministry of Health had deposited 13.35 billion, and yet the deliveries were only 8.37 billion. The claimed deliveries of 8.37 billion could not be verified by the Internal Auditor General because there was no accountability. Uganda shilling 4.97 billion was unaccounted for by NMS by 30th June. The uniform delivered were not as per the user requests. National Medical Store just made the uniform without measurements and delivered because of the pressure to account for the money. Madam Speaker and honorable members, withdrawals on 5th July 2017 from Standard Chartered Bank, account this, account 0105610661600 of Uganda shillings this 2,509,476 was done in cash. And Uganda shillings 159,898,811 of the uniform was also taken in cash on the same day. The committee noted that, for example, Mbarara Regional Hospital, where 13 nurses' dresses were delivered because those which were delivered were cream in color instead of white. They delivered 3 clinical collets instead of dresses. 4 counter suits were cream instead of white. 30 counter suits were returned because they were excess due to the male staffing level. According to the reports received by the committee in the single district, Health Center 4 received 6 orthopedic coats, whereas there is neither an orthopedic service nor procurement, nor personnel deployed at that health center. The complaints of no uniform, wrong sizes, wrong colors was in the whole health sector, all health hospitals and the units. The Auditor General qualified the accounts of Ministry of Health instead of National Medical, which could not show the Ministry of Health money in the accounts. Yet, since 2016-17, the Auditor General is the auditor for both because of the lack of that money. The Auditor General never raised the issue of payables to the Ministry of Health for uniform and NMS. This is a clear indicator there is serious corrosion. Arising from the above, the committee recommends that 1. Ministry of Health should procure their own uniform as they used to do before they contracted NMS to deliver uniforms on their behalf. A forensic audit to be carried out to establish the supply of uniform by national medical stores totaling 13.35 billion by the Auditor General. Expired drugs. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the committee received the Auditor General's reports for health sector entities and observed that 1, there's a lot of expired drugs. 2, the expired essential medicine and supply is a result of push down, where essential medicine and health services are sent down by national medical stores without a requisition. 3, the essential medicines and health supplies sent are those which are about to expire, short shelf life. 4, health units being used as a dumping ground. 5, national medical stores, NMS accounting for their mismanagement. And 6, essential medicine and health services about to expire are given by manufacturers or pharmacies free or at a very low cost because destruction is more expensive than sale of drugs by the suppliers all over the world. This implies national medical stores procure drugs that are about to expire at no cost or at a cheaper price, and bill health services, health facilities at high prices, this is called fraud of disorder. And the committee recommends the following. Essential medicine training center should be for those they have requested for. You don't give them what they have not asked. No health center should receive essential medicines and health supplies which are about to expire or have a short shelf life, because drugs purchased in the financial year should be those manufactured in that financial year. Government should establish control system where national medical should not be the sole executor, that's procure, store, distribute, and destroy drugs. Destruction of expired drugs. The committee observed that national medical stores, which is responsible for the supply of essential drug medicine and health services, is the same one that destroyed expired ones at the cost of the health units. The destruction does not follow the established laws and his corruption and theft by national medical stores. Under Section 35 of PFM, it's being violated by national medical stores. What does Section 35 says? Any destruction of government store must be by the approval of Parliament. So the Minister of Finance is supposed to bring here the stores which are going to be destroyed, and you approve to destroy. Under Section 35, any abandonment of claims and right of public money and the store is done by approval of Parliament. Parliament has never approved right of expired essential drugs, medicine, and health supplies, and this means national medical store escapes accountability. The committee recommends that 1, no expired essential medicines and health supplies should be destroyed without approval of Parliament as per Section 35 of PFMA. Government should establish a separate unit to be responsible for the destruction of essential medicine and health supplies, not national medical stores. 3, before destruction is done, an audit should be carried out to establish why did the essential medicines and health supplies expired in stores. And 4, the cost of the essential medicine and health supplies to be destroyed should be established, and when they are purchased and the time they were sent to the health facility. Infrastructure. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed the following: that many referral hospitals were carrying out development of capital nature. The budgets would be given in piecemeal and not be enough to do any meaningful construction and development. The cost overruns have increased due to delays and non-completion of these projects. Interest charges have been levied due to the delays to pay contractors. Accounting officers have diverted the funds to pay for contractual obligation to avoid some of these costs. What it means here, you go to Masaka Hospital, they are going to construct a building of 20 billion, but the minister every financial year gives only 2 billion, 1 billion. So it means it's going to take 20 years to complete that building, and that means there's no value to be got, and the prices of things change every day. Of course, then we have dilapidated buildings, very bad buildings. The committee observed that most of the buildings and water systems at the hospitals are in a sorry state, with leaking pipes, falling ceilings, peeling paint and walls, and the deplorable wards. The committee recommends that the Minister of Health should come up with a comprehensive plan on how these buildings should be renovated. Parliament should appropriate funds for these renovations. Madam Speaker, this is very urgent. We should do it because all of us are potentially sick. And if we don't do these buildings, tomorrow we may need them and we'll have a problem. And the live example is this one. The Minister of Health by then, Malinga, died from his village in a health unit, which was having a ceiling falling. It never had the Panadol. And that health unit, they had been coming to his ministry, please upgrade it, make it better. He fell sick in his village. They carried him. Madam Speaker, you remember, he died in a health unit where there's no Panadol. There was no drip. If we don't do it, we're also potentially going to those clinics and those health services. Madam Speaker, it is important we work on this. Outstanding debt of 34 billion for essential medicine and health. The committee observes that the national medical stores contracted a debt of 340 billion on behalf of referral hospitals and health units for essential medicines and health supplies without their knowledge. That when the committee sought to know how this debt was incurred, NMS quickly adjusted the account, stated it was only 121 billion. The committee wondered if it had not inquired. This means National Medical Store was going to pay for air supply or just steal money on behalf of the health units. The committee observed that when the Minister of Health, Finance, Planning and Economic Development on 20th January 2019 wanted Ernst and Young to audit the debts of NMS, NMS objected and went to court to defeat the audit. The case is in the file. The committee wondered why NMS did not want to be audited for the debts which were contracted on behalf of hospitals. The Minister of Health, who was the former Director General of Health Service, continued to protect national medical stores at the expense of health units, which are the providers of medical services to do taxpayers who have attached all that evidence. And the committee recommends that 1, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should carry out a forensic audit on MS debt before any payment is done. They shouldn't pay before they have carried out the debt audit. NMS should provide the authority from health units which led to the contract this debt on their behalf. Because if it's my vote, I must give you authority to contract. The detailed data of 340 billion should be provided to Parliament, how it was incurred and who are those demanding. The Minister of Health should be investigated in her role of defending an NMS at the expense of health units. The appointing authority should hold the Minister of Health for raw supplies of drug and health facilities and poor performance of health units and having qualified opinions. Lack of boards in the far hospitals and health units. Madam Speaker, we observed almost all the health hospitals don't have boards. Health units don't have boards. If they are there, they are having only a skeleton. And the reason was that they have submitted their requests for approval to the minister, but for over years have not been done. And this is what happened. The committee observed that a number of referral hospitals, regional referral hospitals, had expired the boards and made submissions to the minister who had not acted on them for years. And there was evidence. The committee further observed that the minister had reappointed the general manager of national medical schools 6 months before the expiry of his contract. But the same minister took years without appointing boards of hospitals who serve the major population. The committee observed that the appointment of the general manager of NMS on 22nd November 2019 by the minister was in fear of the looming cabinet reshuffle, which was done in December 2019. And the committee recommends like this: all boards, all board members, all boards of hospitals should be approved within 30 days before expiry of the old board. Sorry. All board members should be approved 30 days before expiry of an old board. 3, the minister should support the referral hospitals and not only concentrate on individuals who can facilitate our processes. His Excellency the President should take an interest in the health sector from procurement up to the last users of essential medicines and health services and health supplies. The appointing authority should investigate the relationship of the Minister of Health with NMS. The other one is the lack of management committee in NMS as per section 11 of NMS Act. The committee observed that NMS has no management committee as per section 11 of NMS Act. And this is what the committee said. The management committee comprised of the general manager, the deputy general manager, the chief pharmacist, the chief procurement officer, and the chief stores officer. And in matters of engineering, the chief engineering officer. The general manager is himself the management committee alone. And the committee therefore recommends as follows: that the board should have the management committee, but not the general manager alone. They affect the hospitals. This creates a monster, not a worker. The general manager has compromised all systems, including the investigation bodies, because he has power and resources. The president should take interest in NMS management and delivery of supplies. Expensive blood. Madam Speaker, the committee discovered how blood is very expensive in Uganda, and they did some research. The committee observed that the cost of entry of blood in Uganda was more expensive than any other country in the world. And this is the cost of one of the units. One blood screening test, that's 1 unit, 58,378. The blood collection bag, 16,200. Blood grouping reagent, 41,260. nucleic acid test, which is called NAT, 66,600. Accessories, 23,826. The total cost is 206,264. This clearly shows that while blood is essentially free, NMS is inflating the cost of blood by inflating the commodities essential for the safe handling of blood. The committee recommends that Uganda Blood Transfusion Service should be in charge of its budget for the procurement of essential supplies and sundries related to safe handling and management of blood. This one told us they don't touch the budget of, they just give them a number, but they don't hold the vote, the budget vote. So they have no control. Expensive essential medicine and health services. The committee observed that the cost of essential medicine and health supplies in Uganda is excessive and unnecessarily expensive. It was further observed that these medicines supplied by NMS to health facilities across the country are procured locally and not following competitive procurement as per PPDA audit. We have attached the PPDA audit. The committee further observed that there was no economies of scale as far as NMS purchase. There is no law which compares referral hospitals, health units, and the means of health that should send their funds to NMS. NMS is supposed to supply against payment of medicines and medical supplies to Uganda Public Health Services and associates and private health care as per Section 15 of NMS. Therefore, it means the entities pay to NMS, but not NMS to budget for them. There is total lack of control of essential medicine and supplies by vote holders. That means they can't control it. And this is what the committee recommends, Madam Speaker. That all hospitals should be provided with their funds and buy essential medicine and health supplies from the most cost-effective sources, especially in the cases where NMS medicine and medical supplies cost more than some commodities on the open market. Hospitals should have pre-qualified pharmacists to supply the essential medicine to them. The permanent secretary, Minister of Health, should lead in looking for good and affordable essential medicine and health supplies for hospitals and health to avoid the monopoly of NMS, which is cheating people of Uganda. NMS should be a government stockist. They should be funded from their resources, not budgets of health units. All health units should have had deposit accounts as per Treasury Instruction 10.18, where there is monthly accountability to the vote holders by national medical stores. All vote holders should control their votes, not NMS to control on their behalf. Cancer drugs. Madam Speaker, the committee observed the following, and this is an audit. The committee observed that when NMS was supplying essential medicine and the supplies to Cancer Institute, the prices was in some cases more than 3 times the cost on the open market. The committee further observed that NMS would procure medicine that were not essential to the management of cancer. Further, when the Cancer Institute took over procurement of drugs, there was total improvement in essential medicine and health supplies for Cancer Institute, which coverage of patients received free cancer medicine increasing from 28% to 80%, and average stock out days reduced from 120 to nil. The treatment of cancer patients increased when Cancer Institute was in charge of procurement of its own medicine. And Madam Speaker, this is an audit which was carried out by Auditor General, Internal Auditor General, and the Minister of Finance. This is the price analysis of some of the items that have been supplied and comparing the market prices and the Uganda Cancer Institute contract. Number one, there's a drug called Bero. I'm not good at that, at reading them. Bero, number one. The price was 36,000. NMS was giving it at 95.80. Capsule tablets was 365,750. NMS was supplying at 1,720,000. Rich sum. NMS, Uganda Council got it 1,350,000. NMS was supplying at 6.6. The table is down there attached. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The table is there for you to read. And from there, the recommendations are the following. Council should be facilitated by Parliament to open up regional centers to assist patients at regional level instead of longer distance and costs. The maintenance budget of Council should be increased so that many patients are treated. that all referral hospitals be granted the same independent status like that of Cancer Institute. And the nation in account is there. We want you to account for it. Refusal on IMF, transfers of monies, how money was being transferred, and we recommend for more, and write-offs of 130 billion. Madam Speaker, the details there in the main report, and we are saying we are being asked the committees, members, and the Parliament to adopt the reports of PAC for 1996, 2016-7, 2007-18, 2018-19, 2019-20, and missions. And Auditor General and the PSST provides a treasury memorandum within 30 days for Parliament to audit and to examine all the items as per section, as per Article 1636. I beg to support.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Chair of the Public Accounts Committee and your members, for that very, very comprehensive report on the audited report of the Auditor General, financial 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020. Thank you very, very much. Now, honour members, as we indicated yesterday, we'll just have a few comments. Yes, Honorable Opendi Taka Tuzibu, then Plenary. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate and thank the chair for finally bringing these reports. However, Madam Speaker, I am just wondering whether the PAC report 2016-17 was brought recently. This is the year 2021. When did PAC, we need to also audit PAC, Madam Speaker. When did PAC receive these reports? Because why are all these reports being brought at the same time? And towards the end, these are very serious issues that have been raised by the PAC chair in these reports. This report should have been well debated, and after the debate, clear recommendations given. However, we are going to rush through, and it's like a ritual. So I am wondering whether really this main opposition party with the former leader of opposition and chair PAC are really doing justice or being fair to us who are in the executive. But Madam Speaker, that said, I have taken note of some of the issues that have been raised. But I'm wondering, Right Honorable Speaker, whether we want to go back. Looking at the health sector, for instance, there were challenges with the procurement of uniforms for the health workers. And I remember we are the ones who insisted that this money should go to the national medical stores. And national medical stores helps us with the procurement and also the distribution because they have the network. At the ministry, you want the Ministry of Health, the permanent secretary, to procure uniforms and distribute them. There were bigger problems, Madam Speaker. I think there may be challenges, there may be issues, but this may not be the right decision for us to make, to revert this back to the Ministry of Health to handle the procurement. Right Honorable Speaker, that said, the issues of the prices of drugs remain an issue, but we should know that the Uganda Cancer Institute is now an independent institution. Remember, we passed the Uganda Cancer Institute Act in 2016, and therefore it is now a self-accounting entity with its full mandate, and they can actually procure, and this is actually contained in the Act. So a lot of work needs to be done to make regional referral hospitals self-independent and have corporate status. Madam Speaker, I don't know how easy that may be. Because we all know, Madam Speaker, that even with the medicines, that the little money that has been sent to these health facilities, is this money being utilized? Now, what happens when you send them money to procure drugs on their own? Will the money be utilized, or will they be able to procure medicines for the population? I'm just wondering whether we are not going to create bigger problems, Madam Speaker. We all know that National Medical Stores has been sending drugs to the lower health facilities quarterly, to the other health facilities like the regional and general hospitals. I think the regional, some are monthly and some after every 2 months. But Madam Speaker, you are aware that even the medicine that are taken there, I'm not saying all health workers, but some of the health workers have actually been taking away these drugs to their own pharmacies, their own drug shops, and their own clinics. And we all remember the undercover report where I also participated, Madam Speaker, and there was a lot of stealing, and the stealing from the sick is still going on. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the challenges remain, but my bigger problem, Public Accounts Committee, I am not happy with the way you are handling these audit reports. Did all these reports come to you at the same time? Why have you now brought all of them and bundled them? And we're simply going to rush, rubber stamp, and we think we have done work. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Taka. Then Honorable Tumisibu, then Centenary. Or Makuyu. Rabshaija. Obala. Ocho. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I wish to thank the chairperson and members for the report. Madam Speaker, I've listened very well, but I wish to suggest to government that NMS, National Medical Stores, be one of the first entities to be merged under Ministry of Health. Because the procurement that we have given to National Medical Stores has given them a lot of power and liberty. So we need close supervision of National Medical Stores. National Medical Stores does not own any factory that manufactures drugs. Why does it be the monopoly to supply the country with drugs? Let it go under Ministry of Health so that the Ministry of Health procures medicines and contracts are given out probably to factories that manufacture. Give them to Quality Chemicals, give to Abacus, give to people whom we know that they manufacture drugs. Going through a lot of processes for procurement has brought a lot of inefficiencies and a high cost of procurement. Madam Speaker, the issues of procurement in Uganda are heartbreaking. We need to review, we just need to review the laws maybe pertaining to procurement. There is a lot of exaggeration in prices, not only on the medicines, not only in National Medical Stores, but throughout the country in all procurements. At one time, I remember when the president was making a speech, he said, why should you cost, if you know the cost of a kilogram of sugar, why do you go ahead and say now a kilogram of sugar is 10,000? When we all know that on the open market, a kilogram of sugar is probably 4,000. And this is what is happening. Procuring blood at very high expense. And there is no free blood in Uganda. Ugandans are suffering. Women cry with children in hospitals, but they have to pay for money for the blood. There is no free blood in this country. It is on very, very rare occasions that a person will get blood at a free cost. But most of the time, Ugandans pay for the blood that they get in hospitals. And here is National Medical Stores exaggerating the cost of blood using government money. It is very hurting, Madam Speaker and members. Madam Speaker, lastly, our hospitals are in a very, very sorry state. I wish government would come here requesting for a loan for a complete overhaul of all hospitals in Uganda for complete renovation. I'm sure all of us as members would support them. We get loans every day, but our hospitals are in a sorry state. Bujiri Hospital, Madam Speaker, the Committee on Presidential Assurances, Government Assurances, has been to that hospital thrice. I have written to you, Madam Speaker, but nothing has been done to that hospital. And the hospital serves 6 districts. It's on a highway. It receives emergencies from accidents, but nothing has been done. And people are busy sharing COVID money every day, getting loans every day for COVID. Like we have got annexed because COVID has come. We acknowledge it is a pandemic, but something needs to be done, Madam Speaker, to prepare these hospitals to receive anybody who is affected by any pandemic. Madam Speaker and members, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Tumuzigu. Now, honorable members, concerning the transfusion, recently when we had a malaria day here, the people of Uganda Blood Transfusion Services told me that they don't even have a vehicle to do any work in the country. They are just.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to communicate to this country that we are really at war against corruption. Some people thought corruption was simple and it would leave us alive. But I believe from this report, corruption is going with us. We are not remaining around. Madam Speaker, allow me to start from the Ministry of Finance, which releases money so late that it cannot be used. And if it is used, it is indeed misused. Because those people receive money late and they have got to spend it. If they do not spend it, it has to go back to the consolidated fund. And they have no explanation. I myself, Madam Speaker, I don't know where that money goes when it goes back to the consolidated fund. Because when we are preparing budget, we don't see the balance brought forward. Maybe I'm ignorant, but when I was studying, one of my lecturers told us that expose your ignorance such that you can learn. So, Madam Speaker, if the Minister of Finance can explain to us and to the entire country where that money goes when it is sent back to the consolidated fund, such that we know where our balance brought forward ends up. Madam Speaker, that is a very big problem in the Ministry of Finance. And when we go to our medicine, Madam Speaker, I must report that last year, Ntungamo district did not get drugs from September to December, and they paid money to National Medical Stores. And when I asked someone who was in charge, he told me that there was a computer problem, so they did not get drugs. When I asked the Minister of Health, she told me that it can never happen. So those drugs, I think we should investigate where the drugs went, because the money is paid to NSM, in the National Medical Stores, and they are supposed to deliver drugs. If they did not deliver drugs, what did they deliver? That is Uganda. Something happens and they say, let it go. Any powdered milk is no longer milk. That is maybe our proverb as Ugandans. So, Madam Speaker, I do support the committee on matters of saying that we should not allow National Medical Stores to take charge anymore, to take charge as a monopoly of supplying drugs, because they supply very expensive drugs, yet government allocates money to National Medical Stores, and now we don't have drugs in our hospitals and health centers. Why are we making our people suffer? Madam Speaker, I must comment, and everyone should know that we as representatives of the people, if people suffer, we are suffering. Because if you go to the village and there are no drugs, what happens? You have to buy drugs, you have to buy gloves, and sometimes we sponsor patients who are going to the hospital. What happens at the end? At the end, we get abused that Parliament spends a lot of money when we know the people who are misusing the money of this country. By the way, Parliament has been quiet. And some people have been saying that money is taken by members of Parliament, and our budget is open. It is known in the entire country. And ours is not, they call it, ours is not classified. And we are yesterday I met someone, just a watchman. When he saw an envelope of the Parliament of Uganda, he said, "You are the people who steal our money." I explained for about 5 minutes, and I'm happy. By the time I left that gentleman, he was satisfied. I told him ours is not classified, and he indeed knew that it is not classified. I asked him, how many members of Parliament have you had in your county or in your constituency who are rich? He told me they are poor. And I asked him, what makes them poor? He had no answer. So, Madam Speaker, we have to wake up as Parliament, fight for our people who voted us to Parliament, instead of being abused that we are the one who steal money or who take government money, when really we don't know where it goes. So we have to interest ourselves in where the money goes, starting from national medical stores, because our people need medicine such that their health can be good and they can work and earn money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Centenary, 3 minutes. Rabushaija Abara Wamakuyu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Well, I also agree with the concern of the Honorable Minister Opendi, but sometimes these reports come here because of our policies and procedures. On our part, I think we have tried to carry out our oversight mandate, and the role of implementation should be the preserve of government. So I thank the chairperson and his team for bringing out these issues, especially when they are trying to look for value for money for the taxpayers of Uganda. I do not agree with the fact that NMS should be the supplier of drugs. And yet, we have a law in the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 15, Clause 3, that an accounting officer shall commit the budget of a vote based on the annual cash flow plan issued under this section. What happens is that National Medical Stores just delivers drugs, and drugs that are about to expire at that. Meaning that by the time these drugs are delivered, and especially those which have a low, short shelf life, you're depriving the people who would have consumed those drugs, and you are creating another cost to government to dispose of those drugs if by the time they expire, they have not been utilized. So National Medical Store, I agree with the committee recommendation that it should just be a stockist like any other pharmacies, so that the health centers are allowed to procure from the local sources. Actually, it is one way of spreading resources, because if they are procuring medicines from NMS at a very higher cost than the open market, then it doesn't make any sense. Probably we should now look at the enforcement. Secondly, I agree with the committee that every regional hospital must have a cancer institute. Having lost a grandmother to cancer and having seen the way we traveled and struggled to come to Mulago, I vividly recall that day when we brought my grandmother to that hospital at the Cancer Institute. I found the mother-in-law of the Honorable Minister Ocheru on the veranda in Mulago at the Cancer Institute. Imagine a minister's mother looking after her sister on the veranda. What happens to these other ordinary Ugandans? It means that the Cancer Institute is overstretched. If we decentralize those services to the regional referral hospitals, I think we shall have saved Ugandans a lot of inconveniences. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is very visible that national medical stores, even though some members are insinuating that we shall be increasing the problem of corruption by allowing the health centers to procure their own drugs, it is even worse with national medical stores. Because national medical stores, National Drug Authority, their mandate is almost fused. They share the board almost, because members of the chairperson of one is a member of the other, and yet they are supposed to be carrying out, one is supposed to be supervising the other. I think they should be separated. I agree with the recommendation of the committee that they should be separated so that we have proper accountability, especially in terms of the operations of these two entities. Otherwise, I don't even think we need the other, because the Ministry of Health can also carry out that oversight mandate. The pre-qualified pharmacies to supply essential medicine to hospitals. I can tell you, sometimes in these health centers of ours, you'll go, they tell you we don't have Panadol, we don't have Fragile, because national medical stores, has not been able to supply essential drugs. It is a very serious problem, honorable colleagues. So the emphasis on having pre-qualified pharmacies, as it is highlighted in this report, I totally agree with it. We can only strengthen, because we have oversight committees here in Parliament, they can carry out that mandate. It will even reduce on the burden. But I also want to propose that we should not wait for so many years to debate these reports, because sometimes these recommendations have been overtaken by events, and by the time they come years later, probably there is no even, it is post-mortem. So if we can put in place a mechanism of having them debated at least every 6 months, it would improve the situation that we have. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a letter here, which was written by the President on 16th May 2020, about procurement of masks. It's a copy, it is here. And he was writing it to Mr. Mutul Jobam Putra, the Vice Chairman, Nightingale Southern. He was disagreeing with national medical stores, and he called them the anti-Ugandan operation national. If you allow me, I can read it. He said, production of masks and personal protective equipment. I have received your letter. They were complaining about national medical stores on 13th of May 2020. And he was assuring them, do not worry with those jokers, national medical stores. I have ordered the discontinuation of that anti-Ugandan operation by the national medical stores. At the most, I will allow them to buy maybe 15% of what is required to cover the month of May and a part of June 2020, when your own factory starts. Just make sure that the quality is good. We shall need more of the ordinary reusable masks for the population, because we shall make them compulsory. You have to share the orders with the fine spinners, as well as Uganda Industrial Research Institute. However, you will also export to other countries. Now, this was promoting BUBU, although there was some little bit of interference in the procurement process. But I think national medical stores did not have to import masks when we have our factories here. And moreover, the price for the masks that were being imported was higher, far higher than the ones that were being produced here locally. So if we want to promote industrialization, I think it would be prudent that we localize our procurement processes for promotion of BUBU. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Shaija. Nabala wa Mukuyu. 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues. And through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the chair and his team for bringing out quite a number of challenges that are facing us in the country. For example, he talked about non-titled public land. This is really a big problem, Right Honorable Speaker, because as a result of not having land titles for this public land, we have found that many schools and the institutions have lost land, but also it's also strange if the district headquarters does not know its boundaries, because they need to know the acreage and have the evidence. You find that in schools, we have lost a lot of land to land grabbers, even in here in Kampala. Nakasero was one of them. Chitante Hill School was another, and many others all over. People have lost land. The government has lost land because grabbers come and take portions, but the people who are supposed to be the custodians, like the head teachers or head of other institutions, even at a district, they cannot know the acreage that they own as an institution. So because of that, Madam Speaker, we need to do something. The government should do something about it. Otherwise, it's very difficult to protect something that you don't know and you don't have proof about. You heard Right Honorable Speaker and all of us about Kyambogo University. There was a conflict when some people, when the land was allocated by Kampala Land Board, and they couldn't tell whether it is theirs or not, because the first day, they even told us, I heard them talking on the TV, the vice chancellor, that the land is theirs, but they lost the land title. I think after a few days, they say the land title is there, but now a few other owners have come to claim the same land. So something must be done, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The government should take up their responsibility and make sure that whatever is owned by government has a land title, because that would be a starting point before even other individuals claim what is due to them. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Babala. Makuyu.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good report they have given. You know, why do we learn history? I'm just referring to what the minister was saying. That is long. We learn history about Napoleon, about other things, about Second World, First World War. So we understand what to do in the future. So this report, for me, in my opinion, is a good report. Doesn't matter how long it has been. And these thing matters we have been raising them for a long time. Unfortunately, some of them have not been attended to. That's actually also the reason as why we base every day. If you don't base and you come to public, you'll have problems. And the people will be running away from you. So this is one way of making sure we're clean every day. So this report is actually a way of making us clean as a country or as a government. Madam Speaker, I have a few things to raise. Number one, the issue of domestic carriers. Many people have supplied the government agencies. Unfortunately, they are not being paid. You can imagine from 2017 to 2018, there was something like 3.3 trillion. This is a lot of money. And now from 2019 to 2020, it was 3.8 trillion. Now, Madam Speaker, that's the reasons why most of our companies in Uganda here are collapsing. The worst thing now is that, as you know, there's an element of COVID. Now, COVID plus non-payment of this, because of these domestic carriers, the companies in Uganda are all the time collapsing. My appeal to government, please let us look for a way of addressing this matter, such that your suppliers will actually be happy. And in fact, when the more you pay them, the more they grow. When they grow, the country benefits because they have to pay taxes. They have to employ people. But in this arrangement here, that means we are affecting the growth of this, the development of business in Uganda. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I also want to just to say, when you go to health, Madam Speaker, it's an embarrassing situation. I remember one time in Soroti, the minister there knows very well, Honorable Sarah Payne, she knows very well when she was there. One building collapsed. Moreover, a ward collapsed. The ceiling collapsed on the patients. These are realities. They don't need to hide. It's a reality, and that's what we're saying. The dilapidated nature of the health, some of these buildings is a problem. Like you look at, for example, like Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. Madam Speaker, all the buildings were condemned. Just for a minute, Madam Speaker.
Please conclude.
Yes. Most of them, the buildings are condemned. And now, unfortunately, they have not been constructed. I remember one time, Madam Speaker, when I was with the Honorable Nabaja, the minister, in Soroti, one of the ceiling was leaking. She had to enter her pocket and she had to pull money and had to give the airport to fix what was leaking in a hospital. That is her. How about others? Madam Speaker, these are issues I want the government to know. And finally, Madam Speaker, the non-payment of pensioners. Pensioners, Madam Speaker, pensioners people are crying, these old men and old women are elders who serve this country with a zeal, with the momentum. Up to now, they have not been paid. The question, the answer is actually here. I want to appeal to government that let's address the issue of the lists. So that when somebody retires, he's paid his gratuity and his pension. He goes instead of coming to Kampala, and some people die. Many people have died here looking for their money. They have died in this city here, looking for the money that they worked for many years, and unfortunately, they have not been paid. And that's why such things should not even be happening in this era. Otherwise, I want to thank the committee for the job well done. I thank you so much, and I want to appeal to government that let's take this report with a lot of momentum and be happy. Let's be happy. The report is telling us what we have failed to do. I thank you so much.
Honorable Makuyu, thank you. Then Kefa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I take this opportunity to thank committee members for the report. Madam Speaker, we have been having backlog with these reports, when you recall previous parameters. But really what they have done a good job. And these are figures. They are looking at figures. They are not looking at ordinary policy reports, but they are looking at figures. How to come up. The Auditor General has raised an issue. They have to look into it. Again, also they have to summon the witness. So they have done a good job. So the issue of time, they are really timely. Madam Speaker, domestic areas. The reason why people inflate prices for goods and services is because government doesn't spend time. So a person will get a contract, he has to borrow money where he pays the interest. So he has to factor in that. So until this issue of domestic areas is addressed, the issue of pricing will not hold water. Previously, I want the Minister of Finance to educate me. Those days when we used to work in the government, there was what we call commitment control system, those forms. You cannot fill that form and you balance it when the revenue and income doesn't tally. I don't know whether now they have abandoned the commitment control system or it's still in place. Secondly, the issue of inflated prices of drugs. chairman mentioned here that one dose which Uganda CASA Institute procuring at 1 million, for them they are procuring at 6. So, and the chairman did not come out clear what are the sanctions. Now, that means you have denied 5 people treatment just on one single dose. So you'll not come out with what are the sanctions, what can we do? One time, National Medical Stores, Minister of Finance wanted for them to enroll on IFMIS, the payment system. But they came here crying, said, no, we cannot be there, we cannot, because now this is how problems are coming. If they are controlled by government here on one payment system, single treasury system, I think also, Madam Chair, a minute. So some of these challenges could not arise. Secondly, they are ignoring the buy Uganda, build Uganda. Recently, I went to Cipra. Cipra are exporting much of the drugs. The orders they have for Uganda is very limited. They say they are not interested in their drugs. Cipra is here in Luzira, but they prefer buying drugs from abroad. I think there's a problem somewhere. I think when I asked one of the directors, I said, no, we could not agree with their pricing. So why can't we promote our local industries for build Uganda and buy Uganda and build Uganda? Madam Chair and the members, the issue of stockhouse drugs, it has been a challenge. We have been in elections, but whenever you move, they talk about no drugs, no drugs. For example, we have one LSF4 center in Bulamburi. That center is serving people of Bulamburi, Kweni people, Bukedea people, and a part of Budadiri East. Now, when they deliver drugs, first week is exhausted. To place another order, they say, no, you have to wait until others also request. So ideally, when you go to Bulamburi, you have to get money to buy drugs from outside. And the people are selling land just to treat patients, which is really, it's a shame. I really concur with the report, but we need to see the Treasury memoranda, which you normally delay. What after? After the Treasury memoranda, what will happen? So we need to interrogate that. Maybe as the new parliament comes in, we need to have maybe another committee to look into all some of this as we review the committees. The Treasury memorandum, when they lay it, the Treasury memorandum, what thereafter do we do with it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Kupa and then Honorable Kefa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how I wish the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance were here. But nonetheless, let us speak to ourselves, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, looking at this report here, I would have loved the Minister of Health to be here to answer why they take long to appoint the board members. Yesterday, we handled the departed the issues of the custodian board yesterday. It was the same case where the Minister of Finance took 10 years without a board. Now we are looking at also the Minister of Health. Attorney General, I think you need to up your game, because I think some of the things border the legalities, which you need to handle. There is no way we are going to operate like this. The proposals that are being made here, transfer money here, transfer there, it may also be the same thing, because even the referral hospitals, some of them have taken years without the boards, without the management committees. But here you are today again. To me, I think the issue is to address these inadequacies, and people who fail to perform their roles should really be told to leave offices. I'm even wondering how the president can just write a letter instead of just ordering the sacking of these people, but he's just saying, give me this month and what I will shift this thing to. Why can the president bite? Why? Why should he just be lukewarm in addressing these issues? We have talked here about the issues of the infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we passed money in the last parliament when we got a loan to upgrade some health center 2s to health center 3s. Casilo County was a beneficiary. Arapo Health Center 2 to Health Center 3, Kagwara Health Center 2 to Health Center 3. But Madam Speaker, it has taken us to stop the handing over of these facilities which they were building. And yet the district wanted to receive them. If you look at the level of the work, it cannot be a theater. It cannot be theaters. I have brought this to the attention of the minister and the ministers of health. I've brought this to the attention of the peers of Minister of Health. I think you need to reach on the ground and see for yourself. We cannot have money wasted in that form. So even the proposals we are making here that let us send money down to the health centers, in fact, we are just decentralizing the corruption. We would have spread the corruption to all levels, unless that's what we want. Can we deal with those people who have failed? Madam Speaker, can we deal with those people who have failed to manage the resources that are given to them? Why would people act outside the law, outside what's speculated? Madam Speaker, I was just reading something here, which I wanted to ask something I read. How can NMS refuse to be part of IFMS? All government institutions are operating. And who is this recruit who is masquerading to be from Serere, whom they used to take to court? And if they went to court, what happened? What was the ruling? Who was acting on behalf of National Medical Stores? Who is that recruit? I think this needs to be followed and found out why. And finally, Madam Speaker, on page 15, there are some monies which were transferred. First of all, before we get to that, how can the general manager be a member of the board of NDA, but also the chair of the finance committee, and vice versa? The boss of NDA is also a board member at the side, but also chair of the finance committee. Strategic alliance. I would call it strategic alliance. Please, I take the information, Honorable Walswak.
Information, Honorable Walswak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my senior colleague, Honorable Kupa, for giving way. The information I want to give is that the syndicate between NDA and NMS is terrible. For example, since they interlink in each other, on 7th June 2018, NDA transferred the money to NMS 350. And on 8th, NMS withdrew cash from Standard Chartered. So you see, the other one is the chairperson of the finance committee. This one is a board member. That's how they do. They send the money and withdraw. That's the information. It's here.
Thank you. I see that on page 15. In fact, thank you, and I was coming to that. That NDA transferred 1 billion to NMS for unclear reasons as follows: 350,817,540 on the 5th of June 2018, and the withdrawal was done 6th of June 2018. On the second lot is on the 3rd March 2018, NDA transferred 149,794,156. And on the 4th of June 2018, the money was withdrawn. Again, 449,388,304 money was transferred on the 18th of March 2019 and withdrawn on the 19th. The funds transferred to NMS was withdrawn in cash as soon as it arrived in NMS. The police and IGG claimed they never saw this transaction because their eyes were closed. Imagine. Imagine, the eyes were closed. You mean what it means by eyes were closed? IGG and police, they are admitting. I'm reading what's written here. The chairperson can confirm to us, and he said there's an annex to it, but I don't know which annex. The annex is not numbered. He should be able to clarify to us. Did IGG say and police say their eyes were closed and they were not able to see this? But the committee was able to see, the Auditor General was able to see. Madam Speaker, I think this is terrible. One report after the other from the accountability committees is giving us glaring corruption with impunity, stealing money with impunity, and nothing is being done. What happened to Hakuna Mchezo? Yeah? That this time is for Hakuna Mchezo. What happened? What happened? I was in Tanzania. The late President Magufuli, may his soul rest in peace, when the National Housing Corporation was started constructing apartments in Dar es Salaam, and when he read from the papers how much it was costing, he ordered for an investigation, and immediately ordered for the sacking of all the board and the executive director. Say, stop. And that's the type of action we would want to see taking place. But if we are just going to massage people who are stealing money, Madam Speaker, should not help. And again, finally, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, you can see if these reports were coming timely, it's because of the backlog. Possibly we'll be able to address some of these things. That's why yesterday I was making that proposal of us reducing the entities handled by committees in order to handle this work on a timely basis, and also for Parliament to avail time on a timely basis for us to address these matters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope I will get from the chairperson how the eyes of the IGG and the police were closed in order not to see 1 billion ceiling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As I invite Honorable Kefa, members, I think there is a matter of concern about the CEO of NMS being part of the board of NDA and vice versa. I'm wondering whether they are there by law. Were they included in the law that this one must be part of this, or they were just appointed? I think we need someone to check. What did the act say? NDMS Act, what did it say? The NDA Act, what did it say? So that something can be done about it. Honorable Chiwanuka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like, first of all, to thank the committee for this very informative report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and your team. Actually, you've confirmed what we've been complaining about all along. And it's great that you've taken these issues, studied them, looked at them even deeper. And thank you very much for your recommendations as well. I think the first problem is about the ministry not releasing the money allocated. Of course, one of the problems is the unrealistic budget that we're having to approve here. But there is also another problem, which is really baffling, that entities are given certain money over a period of time, and then at a certain point in time, they are asked to put in a request for supplementary. For instance, an agency may have been allocated, say, 20 billion. Out of 20 billion, it gets 15 billion, and then it is asked to put in a supplementary request for another 5 billion, which really doesn't make sense. And of course, what's happening is really, as you put it rightly, causes a lot of concern. Of course, there are the issues of accumulated domestic areas, which, as you noted, is really stifling the businesses in the country. At a time when the government should actually be supporting these businesses so that they can revive the economy. It's really baffling that it's been left to that. But there's also a more serious problem. if budget allocation for a project was, say, just as an example, 10 billion, that 10 billion covers the activities, covers the output, the indicators, the implementation, and the monitoring side of it. Now, all of a sudden, you decide that instead of 10 billion, you will give it 5 billion. How is that project then going to be monitored? How can you ensure that it achieves the same outputs as you had earlier planned? Obviously, if something changes at that point in time, there has also to be a change in what was planned, which often does not happen. And this often just happens at the center. However, Honorable Chair, in your presentation, there was one thing I was eager and waiting to hear from you. First of all, I wonder whether you had whether you had an interaction with the Minister of Finance on these matters. The first question I'm asking myself, for the money that they release late, why are they releasing it late? What was their explanation as to why they are having to release it late? Now, did they make any commitment on how they are going to address these issues? And finally, I'm worried about, you've mentioned the problem of recruitment by Service Commission, Education Commission, Judicial Service, and others. Now, I didn't get the explanation why these agencies are having, why these commissions are having problem doing the recruitment. But there is a bigger problem coming up, and which is happening, which is already happening. Yeah, it's information. No, Nandala.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I want to thank my Dr. Kefa for giving me. You see, what you want to know is that you approve a plan. Now, let me read for you section 15 of PFM. It says, after the approval of the annual budget by Parliament, the Secretary to Treasury shall issue the annual cash flow plan of government based on the procurement plans, the work plans, and the recruitment plans approved by Parliament. So entities are coming here when the budget process, they are bringing their plans for recruitment. You approve the budget. Now, when you approve it, it means those people are supposed to be recruited by the agencies which are supposed. So if the agencies don't recruit, it's not the accounting officer who recruits. So what they do, they submit, and the agencies are supposed to give them staff.
Okay, thanks very much for that clarification, Honorable Nandala. Now, I just want to raise one issue on this. You know, with the mergers of agencies, which is now being talked about, and which an information was presented, before this phase, which they are talking about now, but previously, when they said it was going to happen in 2 years, and then didn't happen, many agencies suffered. Some agencies could not recruit their boards, could not have the boards together. And the talk was that we cannot get the boards together because we are going through the merger process. And we don't know whether this agency will remain or whether it will be merged, and therefore it will not require a board. And that therefore, because of that, we don't require a board. Without the board, then the approval within those entities of these recruitments or extension of staff contracts cannot happen. Now, this has been is being talked about again. And already it has started affecting a number of agencies. They are being told that you have to wait until we are clear about what is going to happen with your agency. So I think, Madam Speaker, we need a serious debate on that. You see, there is this impact, the impact of recruitment that's already there. But this is even going to be made worse by what is happening now, or what is being proposed that's going to happen. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Bakabulindi, 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Let me also add my voice
to those who have thanked the chairperson, Honorable Mafabi, for that good summary and recommendations. Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate that so good recommendations have been aired here for almost 2 hours. And the people concerned were hardly not in this house. I can see the Minister of Finance, he has just entered, was coming in, getting out. And another one went out when we were looking. The Minister of Public Service is not around. They talked about the issue of pensioners, Madam Speaker. These are senior citizens who have served this country. And they have been on the payroll. After reaching a certain age, the way we can appreciate them is to toss them left and right. And they end up others dying without getting their pension. I think it's high time we need to look into this issue. Let me pray that the next parliament will be looking at this one at a serious note. Madam Speaker, an issue was mentioned about the budget performance of the previous year. And I think that's where we normally go wrong. We continue approving without looking at how the previous budgets have performed. And this goes similar to the loans even. We have been approving loans here, but we don't bother even to ask how the previous loans were performing. And we are repeating the same mistakes. And the people concerned are not noting this. Dr. Kefaya came and said, what is the use of giving somebody who budgeted for an issue of say 20 million and you give him 5 million? What is he going to do? We shall be promoting corruption. At the end of the day, there is nothing which is going to be done. Of recent, we passed the parish model here, and they told us how good it is and the billions that were required. Instead, we passed $500 million without even doing any pilot study, and we expect wonders with that half amount which is passed. Madam Speaker, I think it's high time we look at some of these issues very seriously, and the ministry is concerned should be summoned, because I know papers have been laid, but the recommendations of Mafabi and what have you, they have not been noted. It's like as if you have been listening to news or to music. And I think this is a serious issue that we need to note. I've heard about something very interesting, and I've ever noted it, about the procurement. If you don't quote the figure that they have told you, so what you are bringing is of no value. So you either quote something high or the figure they have given you, but anything less than that, however good quality it has, that one is not correct. And I think we need to change from that mode. Madam Speaker.
Okay, please conclude.
Madam Speaker, the report talked about advances given to people, but not accounted for. Surely, if we are to continue like that, and the law is clear about within 60 days that you have to account for, and I think we need now to come with some measures in the new coming parliament of how to deal with such behaviors. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honourable members, for your contributions. I put the question that the question be put. Those in favor. The minister. Oh, sorry, the Minister of Finance. Okay. And local government. Let's start with the local government then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been standing in for the Minister of Finance, and I've passed on the issues where he's going to respond. But I wanted to use this opportunity to thank the chairperson of the committee and all the committee members for raising pertinent issues. For instance, the issue of government land. Previously, the elders were generous and they donated land for the establishment of government institutions like schools, health facilities, administrative units. And Madam Speaker, now we are having a challenge where the grandchildren are raising up to evict these institutions. So I support the idea of us government planning to title this land so that we can secure it. Madam Speaker, on the issue of recruitment, we have had challenges especially in local governments, where many times finance sends money to the local governments, but the district service commissions don't recruit also. And when we investigate further, we are told there is a lot of political interference, where some leaders want to wait for their children to graduate so that they take up those jobs. So they keep people in acting positions and they delay to recruit, so the money comes back to Ministry of Finance. And I believe again, as Parliament, as an institution, we need to find a way of intervening. Lastly, about half of the districts of this country do not have hospitals. And yet, when you look at the health centers at whatever level, there are limits on the kind of drugs they are supposed to have. For example, many of the drugs for non-communicable diseases are not administered at health center 3. And yet the population, especially the old persons, are suffering from those kinds of diseases, diabetes, pressure, cancer, and so on. So again, we should plan to have the hospitals for all the districts so that they can be able to get sizable quantities of drugs to cater for the population.
Yeah, please conclude. Yes, conclude.
Madam Speaker, I want to end by thanking the committee, by thanking Parliament, and thanking you specifically for giving us an opportunity to respond to the issues raised. And these are really pertinent issues. We must fight corruption together as legislators and as government. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister of State for Local Government for standing in for us here. I have three issues to respond to before we take a vote on the report. First, to thank the Honorable Nandala for the good job you are doing in the PAC committee. The second one is the issue of delayed releases by the Ministry of Finance. I wanted to confirm to you, Madam Speaker and colleagues, that we release money every 10th of every first month of the quarter. Every 10th of every month of the quarter. So for the first quarter, 10th of July, we have released the money. Now, when we release the cash limits, it's up to the entity to guarantee this money, tell us how they want to use it, and access the money. So the delay is actually not on the Minister of Finance. The delay is on the receiving entities. I wanted to clear that we don't delay releases of money to institutions. We actually release money on time, and anybody who cannot pay salaries on time, for example, of any month, would be their fault, not the fault of Minister of Finance, and we should take action on them. The second issue is a unit for cost for drugs. I think the Minister of Health would be able to respond to that in subsequent, maybe in the Treasury memorandum of this report. The third is the commitment control system, which comes up with the domestic areas. Madam Speaker, domestic areas is an issue that we are handling squarely. It has a lot of challenges, but we are handling them. For example, as we speak now, we have domestic areas of 2.4 trillion. Out of this, 800 trillion is actually for court awards and judiciary. But then we went deep into this area. One time when we appointed Ernst & Young to audit these domestic areas, we found out that out of 1.7 trillion, only 1.2 trillion could be said they are genuine. 400 billion was found out to be not genuine. So people they have defaulted and want to really say that we are coming out with some measures. Maybe accounting officers, as I conclude, accounting officers who do not comply with the commitment control system should not be reappointed, because at the end of the financial year, we have seen people accumulate domestic areas. Some are genuine because of the lack of resources, but others are used now as a channel for corruption. And that's why out of the 1.7 trillion, we actually discovered ourselves 400 billion was not genuine. So we are coming up with a policy to see that we cut down on these domestic areas. We enforce commitment control system, which is in place, which says you should not be able to purchase unless you are sure of the money. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank PAC.
Madam Speaker, in the report now that the Minister of Finance is here, that the National Medical Stores has refused to operate the IFMS. How can that be when all other government institutions are handling that? And you have said that maybe these accounting officers should not be reappointed, but you are the one who submits the names. Can you do us a favor and not reappoint these accounting officers? But the issue of medical stores refusing to operate the IFMS.
Madam Speaker, to handle that issue comprehensively, we are coming up with an amendment to the finance management, the Public Finance Management Act, because there are a number of institutions operating off-budget resources. It's not only national medical stores, but even Ministry of Health and a number of other ministries. And these resources are not actually captured during appropriation by Parliament. So we are coming up with an amendment to the law to ensure that even these off-budget resources should be appropriated by Parliament. So that's one of the ways. I thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues for.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think I have just two comments. Yesterday, we had a report where it was clear that the governance issues were not being well addressed. An institution going without a board of directors for 11 years. We've had the same thing in these reports that the referral hospitals don't have management committees, and there are a lot of vacuums. So I think that is an area really where the government needs to wake up and ensure that the governance area is well handled. The second one, was concerns land, the government land. I think it is clear that government does not listen to Parliament. In 1991, when we were here in the NRC, we carried out a land inquiry, and I was one of the members. And at that time, we recommended that government should take steps urgently to title its land. But now we are here in 2021, nothing has been done. Anyway, and I put the question that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it. I put the question that the report, the reports of the Public Accounts Committee for June 30th, 2018, and for June 30th, 2019 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I serve it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your indulgence, and also thank the Minister of Finance for everything. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, there were some issues which the Minister said, but first of all, before I make a comment, to thank also my committee members for the work done. And Madam Speaker, you have not talked, when you are talking adoption, you have forgotten 1920. We are up to date. So that one, I think I was trying to remind you so that you don't forget. Okay. Number two, Madam Speaker, I had the team, of course, my staff, which consists of Mike, Mika, Mao, Alex Anyango, Didian Najuma, Akena Lawyer, my Vice Chair, Pipi Okin, my members. Thank you so much for this. Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm saying this, the Minister of Opende, Madam Bopende, said, what have you done? We came in 2019. When we came in, after a short time, COVID came in. Madam Chair, we have been in an election. Madam Opendi should have really thanked us in this short spell of time to clear everything and hand over to the next parliament. No backlog. I think she should have clapped for us. And I'm sure Honorable Bati should also clap for me. Madam Speaker, so all these we have raised are issues. And what Honorable Bati has raised about off-balance, off-budget issues, we have already put it there. We discovered the government was not coming up. A ministry gets 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. You don't see it in parliament, but they have spent. We have said the money under section, under the PFM. The law is already there. The Minister of Finance signs on every shilling which comes in this country. He cannot tell us he doesn't know. That's what we have said. All money of off budget, whether it has come when tomorrow the parliament, the financial is ending, it should come to parliament to be voted as a supplementary. And Madam Speaker, we should not vote supplementary of only expenditure, but we should also have supplementary of also what? Incomes. So that one has been so clear and that. And the other thing which, Madam Speaker, I want to leave so that you know very well. The governance issue in the government is serious. We need to amend the laws. And that's true where you raise, is it by law? Governance issues, these boards, we need to go, how best can they manage? A supervisor cannot be on the board of the person who is supervising, and the person who is supervising cannot be on the board of the boss of the supervisor. It's dangerous. That's a governance issue. And there's no way in even good governance, a person initiates a process, executes, okay, like here, he initiates, procures, executes, stores, distributes, accounts. No, must be a system of control, Madam Speaker. All these inefficiencies we're talking about, all this stuff is basically because of lack of what? Controls. The moment we shall install controls, we shall be there and see it. My brother Okupa said eyes. Didn't say, Madam Speaker, the issue of National Drug Authority, which he raised, of the 1 billion which was transferred, and the issue how the money was willing to check. Staff came and told us at the committee, said, this matter was taken to IJG, no action. It was taken to police, no action. It means the police and IJG never saw. So it's only a packer which what? Saw. So that's why we reported. IJG and the police never had the eyes to see, but we have seen the parliament, the owner of money, we have showed it. That's the reason we're trying. And finally, Madam Speaker, you don't need to make organizations cooperate like Cancer Institute. This law is already enough. A Minister of Finance has a vote. The vote holder is the accounting officer. He knows how to manage. What we're saying, you don't need to make Sorotos Petro a corporate entity on its own. It will remain, but under this law, it has its vote. It must control its vote. And that's why I thanked my younger brother. It says, under 15, section 15, says an accounting officer shall commit the budget of a vote based on the annual cash flow plan issued under this section. What it means is, if I have my money for medicine, I say I'll buy this amount of medicine, these are the quantities I would need, and I needed to buy them at this plan. So I control my money because I'm the vote holder, but not to give somebody to control for you and that brings money. Madam Speaker, I know you're still around. Do investigation, work there. Hospitals told us they deliver the drugs at 5 or after 5. They get the askari. They say, sign here quickly. We are going. So what does that? I said, but no. They sign. Now when they sign, some boxes are not full. I see it. So these are issues, and when they complain, there's a hammer in this country which we need to share with you. The threats are too much. And these are the things we're begging you, Madam Speaker, that when you are here around, make sure that you help this country and conclude. This conclusion is that, Mr. Minister of Finance, you are responsible for domestic areas, and you will be held reliable personally. Why give a wrong budget and give little money? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Tumisigu, something is burning you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier in my submission, I declared that I was ignorant about how we handle the balance brought forward. The money that goes back to the consolidated fund, is it declared sincerely? And the Minister for Finance is here, Minister of Finance is here. Really, it would be so good if we were educated. Where does that money go? Is it declared or it disappears? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Honorable Timuzigu for raising this important issue. That was actually an issue when government departments used to hold different accounts in different banks. But as you recall now, we operate what we call a single treasury accounting system. So we are all drawing our money from the consolidated fund. So at the end of June, if you have not used the money that we have given you on the IFMIS, on the government system, then that money remains with us and is declared as a saving. And if it's not there, then also that is indicated. So we know how much we get at the end of the financial year. And then at the end of the financial year, we prepare consolidated accounts of government. And every year, the Auditor General's reports on that amount. So it is there, it's simple, because now what we do, Madam Speaker, we operate one system. If you have not spent by end of June, it is still with us. It's not with you technically. So it is declared and we know how much it is. And I can actually give you, it's not, I can tomorrow lay information how much we have been saving for the last 3 years or how much was at the end of the year for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Okay, honourable members, with regard to the Public Accounts Committee, I was misled by the order paper, which had reflected 2 financial years. However, the Honourable Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, Honourable Nanda, had actually laid reports for the following years, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, and 2019, 2020. So the resolution should be amended to reflect all those. Thank you very much. Now, members, I think we could use the next 1 hour to just do some work. Honorable Taka, let's go to the Human Rights Committee, then we can break at 3. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the procedure issue I'm going to raise is that I think the Minister of Finance does not read these laws. And that's why I like my colleague who raised that issue. Madam Speaker, is under section 17(3), it says a vote, first of all, one says the appropriation expires on 30th June. Then it goes on to, it says, a vote does not expend money that was appropriated to the vote for the financial year shall at the close of the financial year repay the money to the consolidated fund. But then it goes and says, a vote that repays the money under subsection 2 shall revise, are we getting? Shall revise its annual work plan, procurement plan, and recruitment plan to take into account the unexpended money. And the minister responsible for the vote shall submit as a budget as part of the budget for the preceding year, the revised plan, procurement plan, and recruitment plan to the minister. So, Madam Speaker, because we are passing a budget today, the ministry will not be able, the accounting office of the Ministry of Water will not be able to know how much has not been expended. So what it means is, Honorable Bahat, who is always a president here, should every July be coming to the House with a revised work plan to consume the resources which were planned and taken back because an entity never spent it. But that is not your saving. Madam Speaker, is the minister's procedure right to say unexpended money is a saving?
But Madam, as we wait for it, yes, it's coming, but you can see what's happening in the House. You know, Honorable Nandala, the Minister of Finance is the head of the Treasury.
So all money of government, whether it is in which department or what, is handled and managed by the Ministry of Finance. So, and also, Honorable Nanda, it's important that when you are explaining to members of parliament, the representatives of the people, you explain to them in a simple manner that people can understand properly. So if you talk about revoting, replanning and what, so I try to use the simplest language that I can get so that everybody understand that this money, if it is not used, government, it belongs to government, whether it is a department or a ministry. That's the point I was making, Honorable Nandala. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, this is a very fundamental issue. Because when the minister says it remains as savings, we expect to see savings in our budget. Because if the money was saved, it is supposed to be part of our budget, such that we know that we saved 1 trillion, and when we have a budget of 41 trillion, so we shall look for 40, and we have the savings of 1 trillion. Actually, maybe my understanding as far as finance is limited, but it does not have to remain limited because we have people who can explain. And since at the moment, I might not understand the circumstances under which that money is handled. That means around 90% of Ugandans do not understand, because I don't think I am the worst as far as finance matters are concerned. So we need to see that money in the budget, and if it is not there, then we should see it somewhere else, such that Ugandans are really satisfied. Otherwise, at the moment, Ugandans think that when that money goes back to the consolidated fund, it is misused by the big shots in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, let us.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my brother, for allowing me to give this information. Madam Speaker, when we look at the report presented by the chair, we are not talking about small money. He has been listing exactly per year how much monies we have not been able to absorb. And in terms of, it is actually in terms of trillions Uganda shillings. So this is not a small money we are talking about. So the minister should have been able to tell us exactly if these monies were really being saved and should be reflected somewhere, should be captured somewhere. But when you look at the budget, it is completely not captured anywhere. The money disappears and is in trillion. This is the information I want to give. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, maybe now that Honorable Nandala Mafabi has read to us what is provided for, can the minister prepare to lay on the floor of Parliament here, July, all the resources that have been rolled over with the work plans, such that we can continue to expend those resources as per the work plans that were not achieved. Madam Speaker, that will be good for all of us here. And that will be good. The accounting officers are held responsible for under-absorption. But here, many times we have asked, what is the opening balance? What is the opening balance? Now we have the budget here. Can we look at the budget to know what is the closing balance of the last financial year, such that we look at it? So, Madam Speaker, there is a problem there, but the law is very clear. Let these activities that have not been managed be rolled over to the next financial year. Then we shall solve the issue of under-absorption once and for all. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's go to item 19. But in the meantime, the members, I shall alter the order paper to allow the first reading of 2 bills, the market bill and the pensions amendment bill 2021 during the course of our sitting. Yes, Honorable.
Item 19 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Human Rights on the allegations of sexual abuse and violation of human rights by Mr. Brian Chirumira against Ms. Tera Nandaura and other women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a report of the Committee on Human Rights on the allegations of sexual abuse and violation of human rights by Mr. Brian Chirumira against Ms. Stella Nandaula and other women. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Human Rights considered the allegations of sexual abuse and violation of human rights by Mr. Brian Chirumira against Ms. Stella Nandaula and other women in accordance with its mandate derived from Rule 182D of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. On the 14th day of May 2020, the Committee on Human Rights was directed by the House to consider a matter raised by Honorable Chibalia Henry, Member of Parliament for Gavula County South, about the sexual abuse and violation of the rights of one Stella Nandaula and other women by Mr. Brian Chirumira, also known as Brian White. The concern arose out of a television program called The Uncut, which was aired on NBS television on 13th May 2020, highlighting the above. The allegations on sexual abuse were made by Ms. Stella Nandaula in recordings on social media and by Ms. Vivian Mutanda, interviewed on NBS television. Similar allegations were made by a one Letitia Nabulime, living in Germany, and Ms. Moon Tekasha, living in Dubai. All the above-mentioned ladies claim to have been violated sexually while working for Mr. Brian Chirumira under the umbrella of the Brian White Foundation, a local NGO. The committee sought to establish the truth, seek justice for the victims, protect other women whose rights could have been violated, and help to prevent the occurrence of similar acts of gender violence. Madam Speaker and members, I wish to lead you to take just, that's a background, the sexual abuse.
They can read that.
And
also.
that one, we have also the legal provision on sexual abuse. Since we have the report uploaded, I'll go to the terms of reference, Madam Speaker and members. The committee adopted the following terms of reference. One, to establish the legal status of the Brown White Foundation, to establish the violation of rights, of human rights as alleged, in particular, sexual violence and abuse. And then we have the recommendations and way forward. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, we had the following witnesses. The committee met and interacted with the following: Honorable Chibalia Henry, MP Bugabla County South, Ms. Vivian Mutanda, Ms. Namtevi, mother of Ms. Stella Nandaula, Ms. Esther Ndaula, sister of Ms. Stella Nandaula, Ms. MS Namirembe Joyce, mother of Ms. Letitia Nabulime, Mr. Charles Oleny, chairperson of Directors NGO Bureau, Mr. Okello Stephen, acting at the NGO Bureau, Ms. Rona Babwetera, head Gender Equality and the council to Uganet. We also met the Honorable Mutuzo Peace, Minister of State, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We met Ms. Chomkama Magi, Assistant Commissioner of Gender, Women Affairs, Mr. Ramadan Mbago, Head of Operations, Next Media, NBS, Mr. Kafko Peter, NBS, Mr. Kevin Kaija Chomhendo, the producer of Uncut, Mr. Asan Kasinje, AIGP, on behalf of the Inspector General of Police, Ms. Chomkama Magi, Assistant Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs. We'll go to the findings briefly. The committee findings: to establish the legal status of Brown White Foundation. The committee notes that the allegations of human rights violations were made against Mr. Brown Chirumira, the individual. However, given that the accusers were employed by the Brown White Foundation, it was important to establish the legal basis of the organization that purportedly employed the girls. And A brief from the NGO Bureau told the committee that the Brown-White Foundation was registered purposely to empower and look after abandoned children, abandoned orphans, street children, relieving them of their suffering and supporting them through difficult times, to promote education, health, and general development of the communities, to fulfill the basic needs of children through accommodation, food, clothing, and education. The foundation was registered to operate countrywide and not only in one location. The physical area of operation is at Musajja Alumba Road, Kampala. And the founders were Mr. Chirumira Brian and Mr. Sebaru Moses. However, the committee notes that when there was a validation exercise for all NGOs that was directed by the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Brown-White Foundation did not validate. Madam Speaker, our interaction with the Ministry of Gender, the committee learned that the Brown-White Foundation was never registered as a charity organization related to gender, and its works were not clear to the ministry. The minister further informed the committee that there were a lot of violations, and more especially during the period of COVID. The minister informed the committee that in Kamuli, 613 girls reported cases of rape in 2019, but those that were brought to conclusion were only 4. She attributed this to failure of the victims to avail themselves to conclude cases. The committee was informed that all the 13 the minister informed the committee that Ms. Stella Nandaula was rescued and taken to a shelter, which had about 35 women, noting that survivors of GBV are not treated like criminals, they are allowed to move. We also note that the committee that the country has 13 shelters for women in the entire country, which are in the hands of the private sector and can only accommodate up to 50 women at a time. The state Madam Speaker, I'll go to the challenges. The minister informed the committee that the challenges in the fight against gender-based violence are not because of the law, but where men override the powers of females, superiority, unequal powers of distribution of wealth, poverty, unemployment, and cultural norms that discriminate against women. All these factors make women vulnerable to their tormentors, and they fail to avail information which would bring their tormentors to book. The minister noted that there were other people in the line of duty that were facilitating repeated abortions by the girls that were allegedly sexually abused by Mr. Brown Chirumira, and all these should be brought to book. She appealed to Stella Nandaula and others who had suffered human rights violations to stand their ground and support the agents of government to ensure the matter is concluded. Observations, the committee concluded that the Brown-White Foundation is operational without any legal mandate in accordance with the NGO Act. The NGO Bureau is understaffed with 4 technical staff and 6 support staff that's unable to carry out its monitoring function effectively. The committee was concerned that only a dismal number of cases on GBV were concluded in 2019 and that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development had not put in place measures to ensure that more cases could be concluded in order to provide justice to the victims. The committee established that the NGO Bureau is underfunded with a budget of 3 billion in comparison with 21 that it requires to efficiently carry out its functions. Out of the 14,207 registered NGOs on record, only 2,118 had validated at the end of 1 month registration period that had been provided between August and September 2019. Recommendations. The NGO Bureau should shut down all NGOs that have not been validated long after the period of grace elapsed. And Madam Speaker, I wish to note that later the NGO Bureau actually revoked the permit of the Brown White Foundation. And I have a copy of the letter that I will lay on table. The NGO Bureau should be adequately funded and brought and ought to be saved, not merged or scrapped in order to effectively carry out its mandate. The NGO Bureau should strengthen its monitoring function so that the functions of NGOs are streamlined in line with what they were registered to do. Madam Speaker, you note on the purpose of the Brown White Foundation, but later what the foundation was doing was totally different, and it even changed the location without the knowledge of the NGO Bureau. Nobody knew where the NGO was operating from. Government should set up its own shelters for women whose rights had been or have been violated, noting that out of 10 cases reported at police, over 6 of them are gender-based violence cases. On the whether to establish whether there was a violation of human rights. We have a submission from Honorable Chibale there, a discussion with the NBS television, and an interaction with Rona Babwetera from Uganda. We met with Stella Nandaula, Vivian Mutanda, Letitia Nabulime. They all submitted and interacted with the police. And I'll go to the observations, Madam Speaker, and the recommendations. The committee made the following observations. The committee concludes that there was a violation of human rights by Mr. Chirumira against Ms. Stella Nandaula, Ms. Vivian Mutanda, Ms. Letitia Nabulime, and others from the testimonies given by Honorable Chibalia, Ms. Rona Babwetera, Ms. Namtevi, Esther Ndaula, and corroborated by Ms. Vivian Mutanda, one of the victims of the violations. Madam Speaker, we were not able to interact with Mr. Brian Chirumira because all the time that we invited him, he was hospitalized. And the last time we invited him, we actually sent there our commandant to hospital to verify whether he was indispensed to appear before the committee. And he found him in Nakasero Hospital on oxygen and in a very bad health condition. So we concluded the report without interacting with the Mr. Brian Chirumira. Also, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we note that while we started the investigation and the issue, the main complainant was Ms. Stella Nandaula, we carried out the investigation without interacting with her because out of the threats that were used against her, we suspect she went back to the Brian White's home. And since then, nobody has interacted with her. Much as it is true from all the interactions, members, if you have gone through the report, there is evidence to show that actually she was sexually abused, including all other women. The committee further concludes that Ms. Letitia Nabulime, having been below 18 years, was defiled by Mr. Chirumira Brian. Mr. Chirumira used and manipulated security agencies and operatives to ensure that his victims were kept in confinement. Madam Speaker and members, if you go through the ordeal that the lawyer from Uganda shared with us, They were blocked several times by the security that was at Brian Chirumila's place, and it took them a whole day for her to secure Stella Nandaula out of the home of Chirumira. But even then, when she secured Stella Nandaula, they remained with a car that was following them, and they had to really maneuver through the city to a hiding place until they would reach the nearby police station for them to feel secure. And all that they were working in line with Mr. Hassan Kasinje. So really, Mr. Chirumira manipulated the security agencies. He was guarded like a VIP. Mr. Chirumira threatened and blackmailed the victims, their families, and anyone who attempted to give them assistance. Madam Speaker and members, one can wonder why these girls kept on staying with Chirumira for such a long time, even when they were sexually abused. But the interaction with those girls shows how Brian continuously threatened them and told them that he was an agent of the state. And the high security that was there, they would be escorted to supermarket, to the saloon, wherever they would go. So, and they didn't have any way of communication because they didn't have phones to use for communication. The information to go out, they only used his phone and communicated in a way that he didn't understand. That is how they were able to let out the information. Mr. Chirumira denied his victims the right to communicate with their families. He grossly sexually abused his victims to the extent that they had to carry out frequent abortions. Mr. Chirumira facilitated the abortions that were carried out by the girls, as he would pay the required amount and provide transport and police escorts to them. He did not tolerate any pregnancies. The committee notes that this contravenes Section 141 of the Penal Code Act. The victims lived in fear and desisted from contacting police, given that Mr. Chirumira appeared to have influence over the actions of the security agencies. The committee is grateful to Uganet and applauds M.S. Rona Babwetera for her brevity and persistence to rescue Miss Nandaula from her tormentors. The committee commended NBS Television for bringing up issues that negatively affect the community and encouraged media houses to identify more issues that affect society to enhance awareness. Madam Speaker, I've oftentimes listened to radios and viewed television. Most of the time, when you have an issue that is important, the media houses will charge you. But when there are issues of sports, music, they can play music for hours and hours. And you wonder, out of all the issues that we have in our country, they can start relaying sometimes the transfers of the Super League in the UK. And so we really thank NBS and request that the media houses really give important issues that affect our society sometime. Despite the effort made to rescue Ms. Nandaula, the committee noted with concern that under threats from the accused, Ms. Nandaula returned to Mr. Chirumira's home. The committee observed that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development did not make adequate effort to trace Stella Nandaula after she returned to Mr. Chirumira's home. The Kabalagala police did not act professionally while handling the matter. They appeared to be compromised when they failed to prevail over Mr. Chirumira, a suspect, when he was summoned and responded candidly that he was not available. Mr. Chirumira was a friend in the common language, a bade of the Kabalagala police. That is what the witnesses said. And they followed his instructions. He was like he had taken over the police and he gave them all the instructions, and whatever he said is what they did. The young girls were confined in Brian White's house for over a year, and this wasn't picked up by police and all the relevant agencies. This pointed to a new wave of sexual molestation of girls under the guise of employment. No person in this country we note, Madam Speaker, should, under the guise of being protected, commit heinous offenses like unlawfully confining people against their will. Worse still, in this case, this happened when the alleged perpetrator was guarded by uniformed security, Madam Speaker and members. The witness tried to report their cases several times to police, but they made no headway because the police was very friendly to Brian White. And at one time, they attempted to report, they were accused of theft. The committee commended the IGP, Hassan Kasinje, given that he expeditiously took up the matter after it was reported. It was observed that the people who seem to be close to these women are the ones who inflict violence on them. Recommendations. Madam Speaker and members, police should issue restraining orders to prevent Mr. Chirumira Brian from contacting the girls and their families whose rights were allegedly violated by him, namely Miss Stella Nandaula, Miss Vivian Mutanda, Miss Letitia Navulime, and Miss Moon Tekisha. Mr. Brian Chirumira should be charged with defilement of Miss Letitia Navulime, a 17-year-old at the time he raped her and got her pregnant. This is in accordance with Section 129 of the Penal Code Act. Mr. Brian Chirumira should be charged with trafficking in persons in accordance with Section 2 of the Trafficking in Persons Act of 2009. Mr. Brian Chirumira should immediately be arrested and charged for all the sexual offenses committed as outlined in this report, given that justice delayed is justice denied. The government, through its agencies, security agencies, should trace and produce Ms. Stella Nandaula. The Uganda police should expeditiously investigate the allegations of sexual abuse as outlined above, and the culprits should be prosecuted. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should provide counseling services, psychosocial support for the girls whose rights were grossly violated by Mr. Chirumira. And lastly, the Inspector General of Police should take disciplinary action about the OCCID and the OC Kabalagala police at the time, the police station, for their display of lack of impartiality and the lax way of handling this case. In conclusion, Madam Speaker and members, the committee observes that while the above case was aired in the media, thus drawing the attention of the public, it was an eye-opener about the untold human rights violations that happened behind closed doors in our society. The committee notes that those violating the victims have power, and they use this power to try and influence the investigation process. The committee calls upon victims of such violations to seek the assistance of human rights agencies in order to bring their tormentors to book in accordance with the law. And government of Uganda must ensure that all human rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled. It's government's cardinal responsibility to intervene and prosecute those liable for violations. And government should therefore hold everyone and itself accountable. Madam Speaker and members, I beg to submit and I beg to lay on table a copy of the report and the copies of the minutes for the meetings that we held during the inquiry, and a copy of the letter of revocation of the NGO permit and cancellation of the NGO certificate of registration of Brown White Foundation. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the Committee of Human Rights for your report. Can we have a few comments on our Samo, Otuke, Tumzibu, and Jonathan Udul? Three minutes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for their report. And really, Right Honourable Speaker, that is just something opening the eye talking about Chirimura, but there are many things that happen to women, children, and many others. I want to appreciate that we have passed the law on sexual harassment, and we hope it will be assented to. Madam Speaker, what the committee has brought about harassing of young girls, this happens to so many institutions. Every time I look at these girls who are going to be exported for, they claim to have jobs, but Madam Speaker, to get to that level, many of those girls go through a lot of things to reach that level. And we have had stories when they get out, they are sexually harassed. We are going to have a generation of people who are depressed. Madam Speaker, as the chairperson was presenting, I was picturing the work of the NGO Bureau, having given the certificate. Do they monitor? Do they get the annual reports of every NGO? Or we just give a certificate and we say that one is going to do, because it was meant to give some kind of charity to some of these poor families. Because you can remember this one was defiled, the mother took her thinking she was going to get education, but instead she ended up being defiled to the level of getting pregnant. So I think, Madam Speaker, the NGO Bureau should help Ugandans to look for these people. There's nobody above the law. Whether you think you are moving with so many people around you, you should be taken, because these girls who are not at a level of having security should be supported, because they are citizens of Uganda. And whatever comes out of that outcome is not good. Even those people who are guarding this man and know what happens around the walls should be held capable. Because, Madam Speaker, we are only looking at Chirimura, but what are the people who knew what was happening? Escorting the girls to the supermarkets, escorting them wherever they wanted, and they were not able to report. And I think, Madam Speaker, in the report, this has to be handled. I want to support the issue of, you see, the NGO Bureau looks at certain NGOs and stops them, but this one which is abusing the rights of people, they were unable. I'm happy that they have revoked the certificate, but I think, Madam Speaker, there's a lot to be seen behind the walls. In some countries, technology is very critical. Somebody knows what happens.
Thank you, Honorable Asamo. Yes, Honorable Member for Otuke. Then Honorable Timzigu, and then Honorable Dur.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the Committee on Human Rights. Madam Speaker, the issue of sexual abuse in this country has been forever. I think what we don't look at, we let the money lead us before. The law should work as the committee has really stated. And with this pandemic, corona, which is going on, sexual abuse is increasing. The number of women, of the child or the children who are crying, the voice are not heard. And I would ask the government to really make this law work. If you look at our country, the number of children who are born, they do not have parents because of such a sexual abuse. They were defiled. A person who did this does not look does not look care of the children or does not look after the women that they abuse. Honorable Speaker, in order for our people really to be helped, I think we need to make the law work. And another thing I would also talk on the security, like the police. It's so very difficult sometimes when you go to report these cases at the police, you find them, they are asking for some money to make a statement. So you imagine somebody from a poor place, how can you pay 50,000 to make a statement? And these are the areas which really bothers us so much. And I want to thank the committee for their wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tumuzigu. 3 minutes, please. Then Jonathan Odur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to thank the committee chairperson and the entire committee because they really did a good job under very difficult circumstances. When the police was on the side of the culprit and the culprit was enjoying impunity. Madam Speaker, I support empowering NGO Bureau because we understand it is not well funded and NGOs in this country are so many. Uganda being a developing country, we have so many NGOs that are working to help Ugandans. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, some NGOs come in and start doing very wrong things under the cover of Uganda police. Now, when Honorable Abara says Ocho, which is not an English word in this house, we understand what he means. He means, now, don't you see? I think that is the translation. Now we have seen, because this Brian is a VIP in this country. But if you look at the order of precedence of this country, I tried to look around, I did not see his name, neither did I see his position. And before Brian, I could not see the position of Mr. Chitata, who had also controlled Uganda police. Now this Brian has controlled Uganda police, has even controlled other big officials to the extent that he tells Ugandans that he's a State House agent and the State House does not come out even to refute that that man is not a State House agent, which means he is so much connected to the level of damaging Ugandans and he remains intact. Madam Speaker, I'm worried about this lady, Stella Nandaura, who is now under that safe house in courts because nobody is allowed to go to that house and even see what is happening there because the house is being protected by Uganda police. Now that she has gone back to that state, to that safe house, we are worried she might be even suffering more than she used to because it means that she has been compromised and even her parents might be compromised, What does it mean? It means that more girls are suffering under that house or even other houses in this country. Meaning that we have so many people who have created their own states of terror within this democratic state of Uganda. Then we have to talk to police. Madam Speaker, we really seek your support in this issue as the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, because if the police cannot protect those ladies, those girls in this town of Kampala, the city, what about in the villages there? That means we have to work so hard as Parliament and protect the people whom we represent. Otherwise, if we do not work so hard and talk so seriously about these issues, nobody is going to protect these girls. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dur, and then finally, Jova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the chairperson was presenting the report, I was hesitant to ask for clarification on the identity of Brian White or Mr. Chirumira, because in this country, I had the opportunity to watch on television somebody with the same name seated with the president of this country, not once, not twice. Even when an accident happened in one of our boats on the lake, we saw somebody by that same name. So I wanted the chairperson of the committee to first confirm whether this Brian White, Mr. Chimura, is the same person who sits with President Museveni in various functions. If that is the case, then, Madam Speaker, we have a big problem in this country. First of all, the report says that this man is protected by the Presidential Guard Police. The police force, that is a specialized unit supposed to protect the presidency, is now protecting a criminal. Madam Speaker, even the entire institution of the police with counterterrorism, commandos who can do this and that cannot arrest this man and is there going scot-free. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter. In the past, one of the late musicians died. There were allegations of the same. He would do anything to any woman, any girl in this country, and it went unpunished until he died. Now that we know that this Brian is still alive, and I'm very disappointed a little bit that the committee also heard that he was sick in Nakasero, and they stopped there. From May 2020, and you reported in 2021 February, the committee could not establish that he has now left Nakasero Hospital. Is he so powerful that even the committee could not try to get to him? Madam Speaker, I think this report must be amended. First of all, the entire police institution has a very big indictment on their head. I hope the new administration can take charge. We have seen a honorable member of parliament, Honorable Dongoto, was arrested for crimes he allegedly committed in 2018. Why can't the police take action now? Why can't the police take action now on this? Because this woman who is missing may actually be dead. It would be very disappointing for the country to wake up one day and hear that this lady has died, well aware that the person responsible for these allegations is still moving up there. I want to end, Madam Speaker, that the creation of power centers in this country, where every Tom, Harry moves around town, fully protected. Even David Bahati, who controls our finance, Honorable Bahati, does not have such a protection. Madam Speaker, that are heavily protected. Not even Madam Speaker is protected to that level. And they are moving in town, pushing away people in traffic jams, sitting in very high, on the high table of this country negotiating this. This must stop. And I beg to amend that this report be adopted, but with instructions to police to take immediate action and report to this parliament on how far the investigations have gone. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jova.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the chairperson for the report. Madam Speaker, our hearts break for these young girls and women that are taken advantage of like this. And
we just look on. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the recommendations of the committee. I'm not blaming anyone, but we all know that we have powerful laws in this nation. Other countries even come to understudy the laws that we have, and they go and implement them, and they do well. Right Honorable Speaker, to have a police force that is, instead of implementing the maintenance of law and order, they are the ones who abuse the law. It is so absurd. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think these recommendations need to be made stronger, that the police should take responsibility for the recommendations here, for these actions, and be able to apprehend this Chirumira, and be able to even apprehend Bright, okay. Because he's the owner of the institution. He should be apprehended and he should be answerable to all these. It is not only one woman that he defiled. He must have defiled so many. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need a police that is active and that implements, that enforces the law in place. Yes, we need the necessary funding. For example, the committee says that the NGO Bureau is not adequately staffed and funded. We are in the business of licensing organizations to go and work, and we do not monitor, we do not follow them up to monitor what they are doing. Because if you have licensed a company, especially dealing with the human rights issues, you must be able to follow up and make sure that the company is doing exactly what they are undertook to do. But for that's just to license and maybe get fees and taxes, and we just let people abuse Ugandans is not proper. Sometimes we get emotional, but Right Honorable Speaker, this report is timely. If I can finish, Right Honorable Speaker. And we urge government to act on these recommendations to make sure that those who license companies are given sufficient resources to go and follow up and monitor and bring reports. Because the problem also is that they are not accountable. They not make reports anywhere. I wanted to make a correction on page 27. The recommendation says that police should issue restraining orders to prevent Mr. Chirumira. I don't know whether the police can do this. I think this is the courts of law. So whatever action needs to be taken here, the right institution should be identified to issue these restraining orders. But this institution should be closed, and those who operate it should be apprehended. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, it's really interesting in this country how criminals get access to very important places and thereby get benefits. You wouldn't know how many criminals actually are escorted around this country. Many criminals are escorted by security agencies. But on this one specifically, I think what Honorable Taka did not mention is that for even the mother to come to give evidence, they had to bring her to my office to give her assurance that she will be safe if she comes to give evidence. They had to bring her here. Then I got police to accompany her. So the people are suffering this virus are really, really terrified, terrorized, and traumatized. So the members, I don't know whether the government will say something about this. I don't see internal affairs here, but
Right Honorable Speaker, we have been talking for these shelters to protect these women. The woman has a problem with his wife, with her husband. She goes and reports to the police. she cannot go back home immediately. The man will kill her. Equally, these girls. Now this woman was a whistleblower. She went back to Chirumira's house. Now she cannot be traced. If she had brought the information and then was put in this shelter, she would be safe, would know where she is, and would get more information from her. So can government make it a point to provide these shelters, however few, let us start with a few, but provide these shelters for the women.
Can we hear from the government? No, everybody was a whistleblower. Okay, and then we shall hear Ocho.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to thank the committee that through all they have tried to make a report. It has not been easy, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same spirit, colleagues have talked about impunity in this country. It's good we have generals that are seated inside here and we have the Prime Minister. It's very unfortunate, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister for Internal Affairs is not here. But Right Honorable Speaker, out of the million people that are suffering, it's only one case that can come up. By the time the case of Brian White came up, many had suffered through the same line. And many are suffering, Right Honorable Speaker. We don't know what we have to do, really. We don't know what we have to do to save the voiceless, to save those ones that can't come here to be helped. Right Honorable Speaker, you had the report from the committee that they could not have Chirumira come and testify. He was in hospital, so on and so forth. But in some instances, Right Honorable Speaker, some people are supposed to be brought handicapped to testify. And I think, Right Honorable Speaker, as we discussed yesterday, in the spirit when you are realigning some of these committees and the powers of the committees, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to have other powers beyond there. Because the police that is protecting Brian White is the same police we are requesting to produce Chirimira or to arrest Chirimira. That is not possible. The police we know in Uganda, maybe there is another police, but if it's the police of Uganda, not the police of Kenya, the police of Uganda can't handle those ones. The laws that govern the police of Uganda are like that web of the spider. It can only arrest the small insects like the flies. When a cockroach comes, it even goes with the hollow web. So it's the same story in this story that we are in. The laws in this police can only handle small people, the disadvantaged. The big ones, their laws don't operate there. So we need really to have government. We need to have the Prime Minister come and tell this country, who are those ones that operate with impunity? They are above the law. They are protected by SafeC. They are protected by all those you see men who are not even in uniform, but with the pistols and guns. They terrorize everybody. They are untouchable. They live in this country called Uganda. Who are those people really? Do we have another arm somewhere? Are they governed by different laws that are different from the ones that the Parliament of Uganda is supposed to make? We need to know. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, I think, as the colleagues said, we need to have police produce Chirumira to really account for the sins in this country. Normally, laws are put there to either act as a lesson for others or prevent something that may come up. Otherwise, if we just have to produce a report, they say this one can't be produced, it can't be traced. Now others are disappearing, others are not there. The other day we saw somebody who was killed when the other one went to set fire and pick the children. He was also gunned down. 2 days ago, they went to the father wishing to gun that one down. This is the country we are living in. Handled, owned, and ruled by generals. Really, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to bring an end to this impunity and help this country to have Ugandans enjoy the country they call their motherland. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good report, although with the challenges. You know, being a leader, you must carry all the challenges and accept the facts, whether they are being loved or hated. But I want to thank the committee because that report is showing us the nature of the Uganda that we have. So, Madam Speaker, 2 things I want to say. Only one, this NGO board registers NGOs. Now, when they register the NGOs, I get shocked as if, Madam Speaker, as if some people are above the law. We all know, Madam Speaker, Madam Minister, maybe a minute. We all know, oh, maybe if he wants to give some, maybe what, I don't know.
No, he's going to speak after you. Yes.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to say, number one, this a type of impunity, we must condemn it. We should not tolerate, we should not keep quiet, we should not entertain it. It's very bad. It is destroying the principles of patriotism in this country. Because when we talk about we must be patriotic. I don't know whether this type of thing is being patriotic. I don't know. That's why we should be as a parliament, we should condemn it and say what has happened should not be allowed to continue. And I want to appeal to the government to make sure this thing does not continue. This type of impunity is not good. Now, at the same time, like the police, Madam Speaker, it's very, very bad for the police to kind of shield people, suspects, for them to threaten. I don't agree with that one, Madam Speaker. It's not good. That is something that is, it appears like some people are the owners of Uganda and others are not. As if some people are passing through, some people are passing here and others are remaining here. As if some people are visitors and others are not visitors. Others are criminals. So it's something which is very, very bad, Madam Speaker. So I want to appeal to government that the issue of human rights protection should be central in the principles of administration and management. Number two, I also want to appeal to Minister of Internal Affairs, especially where because they also register the NGOs. This is such an NGO, in fact, in my opinion, their contract or their certificates should actually be withdrawn, in my opinion, because it's destroying the image of the country. It's destroying the image of Ugandans. You are treated like you're not a Ugandan, as if you're an alien. That bit there, I don't support, Madam Speaker. That's what I want to say. As we continue, I want to pray that those people should be supported, and the criminals must be brought to book wherever they are. In fact, Madam Speaker, since all of us belong to Ugandans, they must be brought to book. That's a matter. That's why some of us, for example, sometimes we are being attacked and being hated. For us who have said, I am not worried because of what is going on. That is a fact. So what is important? It is very, very bad. And I want to condemn it to the highest level. Because by the way, the motto of Uganda
taken more than 3 minutes. You have taken over 7 minutes.
Just to conclude. The motto of Uganda says, for God and my country. For God and my country. That's the motto of Uganda. For God and my country. But when you look at this type of thing, I don't know where God and my country is located in that case.
Thank you. I think Honorable Rambiram wanted to say something. Then Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. First of all, it is very sad that some young girls are suffering under the wrath of one Brian Chirumira. I want to say that it is not true that some generals are above the law. Generals in this country have been prosecuted. Generals in this country have been fired. Generals in this country have been transferred. I think we need to isolate between crime and the forces. I have listened very carefully, and I really feel very attached. I am going to ask my senior colleague JJ to come here tomorrow and explain about this Brian Chirumira, who is bringing a lot of issues that is not untouched. Madam Speaker, it is all our duty as leaders to protect the rights of this citizen. And especially when it comes to young girls, the minors, I think everybody we should join arms and make sure that the situation is brought to normalcy. Madam Speaker, I pledge to convey the message and to request my senior colleague to come and explain these allegations. And if they are true, we should all rise up in arms, whether you are in government or in opposition. This is a very serious matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Does the Honorable Hart still want to say something?
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I wanted to join my colleagues and say that we condemn abuse of human rights anywhere in the country against anybody and by any Ugandan, because defense of human rights and protection of Ugandans, the rule of law, was one of the cardinal reasons why His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and his colleagues had to get guns and go to the bush to fight to liberate Ugandans. So it is really wrong that this can happen. And as the Honorable Gwamilama said, the Minister for Internal Affairs will be coming to make clarification on these things and also to follow up action on what has happened. So we want to condemn the abuse of human rights, especially for the young girls that have been sexually abused. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Kabat wants to say something? We need to take a break. Okay, Honorable Kabat, Minister of Works.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am not happy with the report myself, because in the report, they mention IGP Kasinje as one who helped them. If Kasinje, the IGP, could help them get these ladies to give their testimonies, and even when they came here, there was police that assisted you with the mother of the victim. And in the report, they are saying that the criminal was in hospital in Nakasero. And because he was unwell, they couldn't get to ask him about this or to interrogate him. I think that there is a bit of laxity in what they did. Because even as a citizen, you have a right to arrest. You have a case of defilement. You have a case of abuse of young ladies, and they go back to the same abuse. How? Why didn't Kasinje arrest? Because even when you are in hospital, you can be guarded for the future. But the man, the criminal, was in hospital. She says he was in oxygen. I don't know why, maybe because of his sins. And he's not arrested. I think we should have more power as citizens of this country to bring the criminals to court or to book.
Okay, honourable members, I put the question, that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. And I put the question that the South should adopt the report of the committee. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. I'm delighted that the Minister of Internal Affairs should be coming here to respond to these serious allegations. But as we said that, other members, Honorable Ramidama, you know, for me, I consider the SFC to be a preserve of the fountain of honor. Why are they discrediting the image? They're supposed to be a preserve of the head of state. But now, in a you want to thank us? Yes? Honorable Ramidama.
Madam Speaker, I think we need to be clear. In one instance, they are saying police. Now they are saying SSC. We need to understand which is which so that we actually address the criminal appropriately. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I want to give the information to the minister that through this floor of parliament, you've heard how Uganda came to know about Chirumira, Brian White. You know how he used to move with the president. You know how he was mobilizing for the NRM. You know how he has been moving everywhere, roaming around this country. And the report has indicated being highly protected. Highly protected, members have come up to say, not even by police, by special forces that are meant for the government, for the president. So, Honorable Minister, kindly take that information as you have requested us that you want to inform the Minister for Internal Affairs. Kindly also tell him to come here and inform this House how a one commoner, Brian White from Mityana, becomes so highly protected, under which law. He should come also here and explain to us so that we deal with impunity once and forever.
Just for the information, right, Honorable Speaker, the minister was interested in knowing, because to him it's news that SFC is not only with the president. He's just coming to know that SFC is also somewhere else. Madam Speaker, I'm inviting the minister to spend a day at Parliament here. He will even see some MPs guarded by SFC. So SFC, as the Speaker has said, originally for us when we were coming up, we thought it was only a protection unit for the head of state, the president. But you'll find SFC on a vehicle somewhere, protecting some people in private cars. You find the SFC here. So we are using Brian White just as an example. You have seen on TV when Brian White is in Arua going to distribute money, is protected by SFC. When they went to arrest Brian White, it's the SFC that protected the police even to reach there. So SFC is everywhere now. It's no longer a protection unit for the president. It's only a protection unit for a group that we don't know. Maybe the minister can tell us this is also a general.
Honorable Minister, the information I would like to give you is that there were two issues here, the police and the SFC. And the police was not doing its duty. However, our interaction with the Assistant Inspector General of Police, Hassan Kasinje, he told us on page 23 of the report that Chirumira's house, the Chirumira's security were dressed in a police uniform of the Presidential Police Guard and that they had their own unit of command. That's the information I wanted to give you.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, first of all, I want to clarify on protection security. You know, we lost one of our members here, Honorable Abiriga. And it was resolved by the Security Committee that we should not have another incident and people were given protection. But they are not, nobody should use that protection to commit crime. And I want to be on record of this House that even the Right Honorable Speaker with her security, she cannot use it to commit crime and get away with it. So the point really I want us to develop is to go with to go to the object, to go to the criminal. If he was given protection for his life, it should be separated from the acts of criminality. And I want to assure the House that I'm going to take this matter to the powers that be. They should come here and explain it. This man, if he has committed a crime, he should be apprehended and prosecuted.
On the members, as we are dedicated, we need to take a break. So we suspend House for 1 hour. We shall reconvene at 4:30.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Oh, you wanted to thank us?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, it would be of an injustice for me to leave this place without thanking the members of the committee. Amidst the pandemic that had just manifested in the country when we got the assignment, members committed themselves to the work. And the staff of Parliament, Madam Speaker, our clerk, Martha, Catherine, the researcher, Esther, legal, Edrin, the staff from the Office of the Chief Whip, the security personnel. I thank all of them for the efforts that they did. Madam Speaker, the issue of us not interacting with Brian White has come out, but we had been given a few days to handle the matter, and we concluded the matter when Brian was still in hospital on oxygen. We only delayed to report to the House because later after that we went into elections and the matter has been on the order paper for a long time. Madam Speaker, the police should handle the matter because it is the only police that we have. We don't have any other police in this country. I believe that those that didn't act, it was their personal responsibility and they should be held accountable for it. Otherwise, we can't say that we shall look for any other police and we stay resigned that we don't have the police. Madam Speaker, the fear that gripped the witnesses and the media team, I did not mention, as you said, but it was too much, indicating how really Brian was connected to the security agencies. So I thank the Minister for the commitment. I thank you members for all your submissions. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. And the members are suspended until 4:30.